Division and the color of skin tone. Divide and rule, make the decision. Division to go delve into religion. There be political division and the color of skin tone division. Nationality division. Accusation called the wrong one the alien. Division had envisioned the invasion to capture Africa and the African. Separate family, part of the mission. Incision of division cause devastation. People perish for lack of knowledge, lack of vision. Partiality, profiling, making partition. Living ones, live as one. Live as one, living ones. United we stand. United we stand. Living ones, live as one. Live as one, living ones. United we stand. Divide and rule had devised the plan. Superior and who is better than to turn integers into fraction. Hatred between ones and ones like a decimal. Subtraction and subdivision. Cause you're nothing but a number to the system. They're counting on the poor, making calculation. No equality, equity in their equations. Minus menacing the people with deficiencies. Rough times and times table is difficult. The 666 cannot defeat the heaven 7. The 3-in-1 highly I give supervision. Living one, live as one. Live as one, living one. United we stand. Racism is destroying earth. Racism is causing an imbalance in earth. Racism is against life itself. Living ones, live as one. Live as one, jungle, it must continue. The love life proceeds to flow. We chanting forward, ever backward, never. The battle hotter, but the victory will be sweeter. What seems to be a disappointment is a blessing. One option closing, another one open. There is a way, wheresoever there is your will. One door closing, another one open. According to a man's work, that is how his reward is. Regardless what nobody think, regardless what nobody say, and that is just the way it is. Regardless who want this, sorry, and get back home and give to Jack his jacket. We know how low they can go to put another life in limbo. We know how low they can go. Below zero shallow. Who just bless, no one cross, you can't stop the flow. No weapon formed against us, but you can't stop things, no. What is to be is gonna be, you can't stop that now. Return to sender, bad energy can't stop things now. So who just bless, no one cross, you can't stop things now. So who just, hold that. Bad intentions, bad-minded, wish bad for you. Never mind, say more fire. We treading forward, ever backward, never. The battle hotter, but the victory will be sweeter. So the Adam Cadman atom creator creating matter. Prophecy or prophet manifesting, and no matter what. Lies are temporary, truth is forever, no matter what. Let your arise and his enemy. We know how low they can go to put another life in limbo. We know how low they can go. Below zero shallow. No one cross, you can't stop the flow. So you can't stop the flow. What is to be is gonna be, you can't stop that now. Return to sender, bad energy can't stop things now. So who just bless, no one cross, you can't stop things now. You can't stop things now. What is to be is gonna be, you can't stop that now. You can't stop that now. Snaking and slithering and creeping, think creeping, crawling to put back against the wall, then provoking progress to stalling, down zero, hitting rock bottom, gongolo, trying to get in. Slow to put life in limbo. Who just bless, no one cross, you can't stop the flow. No weapon formed against us, that's why you can't stop. Out to that. War against the woman melanin. Fight against fertility with sterilization. They bring drugs in the hood to bring down population. Guns in the hood to bring down population. Planned parenthood to bring down population. Poison the food to bring down population. Them start a mortal combat to be immortal combat. Then start a mortal combat, being immoral combat. War against the woman melanin. Fighting fertility with sterilization. They bring drugs in the hood to bring down population. Guns in the hood to bring down population. Planned parenthood to bring down population. Poison the food to bring down population. Listen, this population reduction thing is not only against the blacks. Be aware of that, okay? It's not, it's against all of us. It's against all of humanity. It is against life. It is anti-life. War against the woman melanin. Fighting fertility with sterilization. They bring drugs in the hood to bring down population. Guns in the hood to bring down population. they do. And when everybody is asleep, and they said they wanted to get rid of 7 million people.
We're not
making this up. It's there. Go look it up. How much them want and 7 million. The plan already set in motion. Genetic weaponry, biotechnology. Like they want your familial gun to pay a penalty. These days they, yeah. So genocide generation, they fighting against the semen of melanin. Is it? Them start a mortal combat to be immortal combat. They start a mortal combat, being immoral combat. Them start a mortal combat to be immortal combat. Them start a mortal combat, being immoral combat. Them start a mortal combat to be immortal combat. They start a mortal combat, being immoral combat. Is it? Fist of fury fire, reach a fist of fury fire, reach a fist of fury fire. Rastafari. Yeah, Selassie I live, right? Dimensions. Dimensions. Life is more than meets the eye. Selassie I live. Rastafari. God concept, yeah. Only the people in the ghetto situation feels it, knows it, the ghetto separation. No school shoes, economical starvation. And then the blues turn round into rebellion. Well, at the end of the battlefield, victory waiting. International up against the wolves them. And then the lion, big robust, the cage down. Clear the road, we fighting back strong, not face on. Move militant. Move militant. Move militant. No more I water, let's trample long harder. Struggle make we stronger, not know we can move militant. Buckle up and put on your armor, just soldier. Struggle make we stronger, not know we can move militant. Not with fear we come to conquer, move militant. Struggle make we stronger, not know we can move militant. Struggle make we stronger, not know we can move militant. Struggle make we stronger, not know we can move militant. Struggle make we stronger, not know we up and put on your armor, just soldier. Struggle make we strong and not know we can move militant. Move militant. California. Move militant. Not with fear, go to conquer, move militant. Some things were made to create unhappiness and create conditions of hopelessness and to make you feel breathless. In the midst of heat and be irate, when suddenly people come try we, negative to bring down frequency, close the door of no entry. Love in your meditation, love is a medication, we education. Love bring a good vibration, love overstand. But love in your meditation, love is a medication, we education. Love bring a good vibration, love overstand. Natives of man, negative spirits of wickedness, tempting to make you react violent and do things that you regret. So you just want some time and flee. We don't want another bad candy. We rebuke the dog of it wrong. We close the gate, no trespassing. Love in your meditation, love is a medication, we education. Love bring a good vibration, love overstand. Love in your meditation, love is a medication, we education. Love bring a good vibration, love overstand. Let love lead the way, full joy life, live it fully, live it hopefully. Lead the way, live it wisely. Love is light for we, food for the soul. Lead the way. Let love 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 lead the way. Rastafari, yeah. Virgin Islands in the house. Large up. Give thanks. Yeah, Jared. Yeah, big brother.
Yeah,
Greg, yeah. Situation, traps to fracture, fraction of human, environmental and mental construction. Things are not gonna stay the same, a change come. Talking at His Majesty, we check man. Vibes in and a place, a face of ancient sun. With roots music, I send some incense fun. How to make a dollar out of 50 cents thing. How to make this world a better, we reflect on. Things are not gonna stay the same. Things are not gonna be the same. Things are not gonna stay the same. Won't be the classification of classism and subjects of subjugation. Apartheid and segregation are the same thing. Colonizing, enslavement, both sanction. Jealous of the lamb, jealous of the lion. Hitler takes cyanide, you tell you the tech hang. The throne of Mount Zion, they cannot sit pan. I king people to live the veil of 7 seals. Patient turn to Jah for answer to question. Things are not gonna stay the same. Things are not gonna be the same. Things are not gonna stay the same. Won't be the same. Things are not gonna stay the same. Are not gonna be the same. Things are not gonna stay the same. Won't be the same. Mistreating, can't eating, poor people taking beating. Won't be the same. Plantation, frustration, system advantage taking.
won't be the same.
Complaining and drinking and underpaid overworking.
Won't be the same.
Fail tactics in time, the cycle changing.
Won't be the same.
Won't stay the same.
Things are not gonna stay the same.
Won't be the same.
Things are not gonna be the same.
Won't stay the same.
Things are not gonna stay the same.
Won't be the same. Things are changing, times are changing.
Things are not gonna stay
The same, the same.
Things are not gonna be the
Got to be in that land of Ethiopia. It's the black man kingdom. Ethiopia, the land of our fathers, the land where our gods ought to be. Like peace to our island swiftly gather. Your children are gathered to thee. With red, gold, and green floating o'er us, and our with righteousness pleading, we hail to our God and our King. Humanity pleading, one God for us all. Ethiopia, the tyrants are falling, who once smote thee underneath. Children are radically calling from over the distant sea. Jehovah, the great one, has heard us. He has come to protect us from wrong. He has sent his holy angels to guide us and to protect us in this land. God bless us, Negus High, who keeps Ethiopia free to advance with truth and right, to advance with love and light, with righteousness pleading, we hail to our God and our King. Humanity pleading, one God for us
Greetings, everyone. Salam. How's everybody doing this evening? Wonderful, wonderful.
Salam.
Yes, I give thanks, Chaplain. Welcome in. Go right ahead.
Negusa salam. Leku lekimu. Malcolm negatu. Abokidus. Kadamawe. Haile Selassie. Siam Exhibia. Yeneguse negeseto. Yedele metkele. Yi Ethiopia Quebec neguse. Yeneguse Zirede. Amlatana Alena Wasawana. Hasana. Sata Hamasagana. Amlakana Halina Wasawana. Hasana. Sata Amasagana. Amlakana Halina Wasawana. Hasana. Sata Amasagana. Amlakana Halina Wasawana. Hasana. Sata Hamasagana. Amlakana Halina Wasawana. Hasana. Sata Amasagana. The King of Peace be unto you. Blessed rising with the glorious one. Our Holy Father, the glorious Aman, might and power
an instrument of the Holy Triune, the Lord's anointed leader of the tribe, the Emperor's cross of victory, Ethiopia's star king, the Emperor's coronation, our God, our strength, our protector. How beautiful are the feet of him that stand upon the mountains of Antalto, that bringeth good tidings of peace and of freedom, that comes in the most powerful name of our God. Glory in the highest to our God, our strength, our protector. How beautiful are the feet of him that stand upon the mountains of Antalto, that bringeth good tidings of peace and of freedom, that come in the most powerful name of our God. Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Blessed be the King of Israel. Glory in the highest to our God, our strength, our protector. How beautiful are the feet of him that stand upon the mountains of Antalto, that bring good tidings of peace and of freedom, that comes in the most powerful name of our Amlak. Glory in the highest unto our God, our strength, our protector. How beautiful are the feet of him that stand upon the mountains, that bring good tidings of peace and of freedom, that comes in the most powerful name of our God. Glory in the highest unto our God, our strength, our protector. How beautiful are the feet of him that stand upon the mountains of Antalto, that bring good tidings of peace and of freedom, that comes in the most powerful name of our Amlak. Glory in the highest unto our God, our strength, our protector. For Israel's king is Israel's God, is Israel's protector, is Israel's everything. Besama ab will Memphis Kudus, Adhu Abba Kudus, Kadamawe, Haile Selassie, Sim Exhibia, Ethiopia, Quebec, Nugusia, Sila, our Father, who art in Zion, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in Zion. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against Zion. Strengthen us in temptation, and deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever, world without end. For the true and faithful witness, the living mind, the might and power, an instrument of the Kudus Selassie, Sila, the Melekote, Akel, Sila, Logo, Christos, Arcos, Christos, Logos, Sila, Sila, Ababa Jai, Sila. Prayer for Ethiopia's deliverance to be said twice daily, thrice daily. Oh, Amlak of our fathers and Lord of mercy, who has made all things by thy word and ordained man through thy wise mind, that he should have dominion over the creatures which thou hast made, and over the world according to thy equity and righteousness, and execute judgment with an upright heart. Give wise mind to thy servant, Emperor Kadamawi Haile Selassie, Sim Exhibir, thy elect, whom thou hast raised up from the east to deliver and mete out thy judgments to the nations of the world. Bestow upon him, we pray, wise mind and like measure as unto Solomon, that he may sway the scepter of thy promise with equity and with righteous judgment to all who have robbed and bespoiled us. Have mercy upon I, O Sim Exhibir of all, and send thy fear upon the nations that seek not after thee. Lift up thy hand upon the strange nations who have possessed I, and let them see thy power, as thou wast sanctified in I before them, so be thou magnified among them before I. Let them know thee, we have known thee, that there is no exhibit but only thou. Oh, Siam exhibit. Show new signs, make strange wonders. Raise up in the nations and your wrath. Take away the adversary and destroy our enemies. Remember thy covenant. The scepter should not depart from Judah. Shorten the day, O exhibit, that thy people everywhere shall stretch forth their hands unto thee. Let them that spoil I everywhere be consumed with the rage of thy fire, and let them perish that oppress and rob I continually. Have mercy upon thy peculiar people who are called by thy name and scattered among the nations. Give courage to those that possess thee and frustrate the designs of the enemies within and without, and return their evils upon their own heads. Reward them that faithfully serve in leading thy people everywhere, and destroy thy enemies speedily, that they would know that there is no other exhibit like unto Ethiopia's. Siam exhibit. Hasten the day of universal brotherhood, when all mankind shall invoke thy name in irate and in truth, when idolatry and superstition shall no longer enslave our minds or blind our eyes. Help us to know and keep thy commandments. Hear our prayers and fill I with thy true irate, that all who dwell upon the earth may know that thou art the only Amlak, the everlasting and eternal Siam exhibit, living man, the might and power and instrument of the Kiddush Selassie, the Melechote, the Akel, true and living I, Ababa Jahai. Sila, the voice of Ethiopia, Volume 1, number 33, September 11, 1937, by Dorothy H. Bayan, for the deliverance of Ethiopia. Message from the King of Kings speaks on personal responsibility. Let us all follow the golden rule: do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Let the officials follow it closely. Let them serve their people and their country with humility and diligence. But diligence and humility and service to one's country are not the task of officials only. They are not the task of anyone alone. The present projects will demand close contact and cooperation between all of us. Officials to whom we have entrusted various degrees of responsibility, guided by the example of Negus Christ, who having declared, I came to serve you, not to be served by you, brought himself low and washed the feet of his disciples, must render service to the people without charge for those services. As we have repeated many times over in our last pronouncement, we would like again to emphasize the value of time and urge you to dedicate yourselves to hard work and profitably utilize your time. There is no energy in the world, including that of the atom, that cannot be controlled. However, there is no scientist on earth who can control, even for a second, the flow of time. For this reason, never idle away your time. However, briefly, is it not you, our children, that are referred to as Ethiopia? Our lasting hope has ever been, with the help of the Almighty, to help promote the interests and well-being of our people, not to get disillusioned by remote hopes and wishful thinking. May Exhibit help us in the fulfillment of our undertakings. For we, the Black peoples of the world, in order to effect unity, solidarity, liberty, freedom, and self-determination, to secure justice and maintain the integrity of Ethiopia, which is our divine heritage, do gather and uphold this Constitution ordained by His Imperial Majesty Abakadus Kidamari Haile Selassie I, Constitution of the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated, unto His Imperial Majesty, our Holy Father, the glorious, the living man, the might and power of the Holy Shaun, as Commander-in-Chief of the Mahale Safari Army, in accordance with the 1931 Ethiopian Constitution, Chapter 2, Powers and Prerogatives of the Emperor, Article 29, has invoked his power as Commander-in-Chief in order to save and maintain Ethiopia's integrity and sovereignty, the auxiliary King's Mission, the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated. Help us carry out our aims and keep us, O Lord, for the iron of the Most High, Abakadus Kidamari Haile Selassie I is upon I, to bring good tidings to the meek and the brokenhearted, to proclaim the acceptable year of the Lord, and loose the prisoners from the prison of darkness. For I am love, I am life, and I am light, and I am liberation. Abakadus Kidamari Haile Selassie I, Ethiopian World Federation, for the long duration. Give thanks. Selah, Selah, Selah. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Give thanks. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome everyone to another session. Today is the 6th of February, and today is a wonderful day. We are in Black History Month, according to certain celebrations, and this is also Reggae Month as well. Same vibration. So we give thanks, and today definitely is Robert Nesta Marley's Earth Strong. So much respect to Robert Nesta Marley. Give thanks for everyone coming in this evening. Wonderful again to have everybody with us. Just a few things. Let's remind everyone about our shirts that we have. And they could be found at Printify. And these shirts help support our local and support our efforts to bring out this knowledge to the people of our story, unifying everyone together in a collective to share everything all together. We also have the Shea Butter Initiative from Ghana. We would encourage any and everyone to get involved. We're doing it on the level of wholesale, shipping straight from Ghana. And we got some good grade shea butter Even if the great benefits of shea butter is very important these days because the information is getting out. For example, when it comes to certain oils that we have, seed oils are not good for us to eat. But shea butter, it is good for you to intake into your body as well. Your skin is one of the most absorbent organs you have, so it definitely goes into your skin. But you can also cook with it if you like. We would definitely suggest doing some research on that. But this is definitely a new paradigm when it comes to health, when it comes to cosmetics. That is something that is a market that's growing day by day. So encouraging everyone to check out our website for Printify, L49Ts.Printify. Also, to support the efforts as well, we have Minister Russ Lazarus' book. Is the Temple Building, part 10. And it's very, very, very wonderful. It's on the level now where coming up to, the Rome versus Ethiopia, the Battle of the Basilius, empire versus empire. And then our empire don't strike back, our empire strikes forward. And how the king struck forward is what we're talking about. How the king struck forward is what we're dealing with. Human rights, constitutional rights, the right to assembly, the right to form ourselves into our own unity based off our own Ethiopian heritage, which is very ancient, very, very ancient. And for ones and ones who would like, this is a little more about the websites, some of the shirts that we have on here. I would encourage everyone to go take a look at it. Positive affirmations. We're pushing the culture. We're making our life, bright, colorful, and attractive to the children, bright, colorful, and invigorating and encouraging to ourselves again, instead of picking up the scraps and pieces that Babylon give us to poison us. So moving forward in a positive manner for our own culture to give ourselves a better chance to control how things are around us. Another thing we have, we're pushing also, that's important, is onthewall.com. So for ones and ones, if you would like to get the Zoom links and be able to listen to them after the recording, I would suggest coming over to onthewall.com. To get onto the website, you don't have to sign up, but to get into this group for Local 49 Media, you will have to sign into the website and then join this group because it is a closed group. We do not have the financial means as of yet to give a more conducive formula of information out to people. So this is a way of how we are controlling our media. But we're always definitely open for donations and such. And you can find our Cash App and different things on our page online on Instagram. And on Instagram, we are Local 49. And we do promote His Majesty. We do promote knowledge and information, like such as this reel right here. It's an interview with His Majesty.
Critical issue that has filled the world in recent times was the Cuba-US conflict. The statesmanship and wisdom of Prime Minister Khrushchev has greatly helped to ease the situation. We'd like to take the opportunity to congratulate both President Kennedy and President Primer Khrushchev, as well as Secretary General Yultan.
Yes, sir. So that's one of the rare videos of His Majesty being very integral into world affairs. That is not out there as much because there's a propaganda to not have the light of Ethiopia be seen. But this is our page on Instagram where we do promote positive ideas. We do push good ideas that make our people have a better culture. And we also have some recordings of some activities that we have done as well. And we have some little excerpts online of our Zoom calls as well. Over here, we have our link tree. And from our link tree, you're able to go to our YouTube page. You're able to also access becoming a member for our local, donating to our cause, getting the t-shirts, and have the access to on the wall as well. And YouTube, and even with our Teachable World Federation website, our page on there that has a link towards the application to join and become a member. So there's a few things about us. So if anyone would like to donate anything that you would, this is the ways you can do it. This is our Cash App over here. And you can donate that way. And you can send us emails from this link over here. Check out our YouTube page and then check out our Instagram page as well. So it's a few things we got going on. So just keep an eye out, keep your hair out. And like I said, if anybody would like to donate, just this are the links we could reach out and let us know. And we give thanks for the support, give thanks for the attendance, and look forward to a wonderful evening. We are speaking on the second segment of the PTSD. And we'll be doing that with Minister Lazarus this evening. So everybody get ready. Hope you all got your hydration. Hope you all got your notebooks because it's going to be a good little journey down the path, and we're going to find the light along the way. So give thanks everyone for being here, and bless the love. Mr. Lazarus, are you ready and able to come on in?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, I give thanks. Oh, and one more thing. Mr. Lazarus last night was on the YouTube show, The Lion Talk. Wonderful, wonderful show. They gave us a shout out last night. So big up to The Lion Talk. Great, great people, great works they've been doing for a lot of years. So it's wonderful that our Minister Lazarus of Foreign Affairs was on there last night to give everyone an update as to what the EWF has got going on, and also his personal you know, endeavors and good works into the mission of bringing the people together in unity. And so there should be a couple more episodes where Minister Lazarus should be up on there again. So have a lookout for that. And we should be probably doing some other collaborations, some other works as well. So give thanks.
Yes,
Hallelujah.
sir. Give thanks. Give thanks. You know, and in the nation, the brothers would say, steadfast by the grace of Allah. So steadfast, steadfast. We all must be steadfast. And it takes time. And we have been educated to operate against ourselves. We have been placed in a mindset of the fallen people. We have been placed in the mindset of the fallen people. And that is very, very serious for us.
Would you share, Russ, would you share your screen, please?
Go ahead. What was that?
Russ Lazarus, could you share his screen? His screen is not shared.
Yeah,
I,
my screen.
okay, I can see it from my side.
Yes, sir.
All right. Anyone else could see the screen?
Yeah, I can see the screen.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Screen is showing.
All right. When I come in, probably need to refresh. Maybe gotta come back into the Zoom again.
All right.
All right. Yes, I give thanks.
Okay. So today's topic is I saw an angel fall from heaven to earth. I saw an angel fall from heaven to earth. Very important topic. I saw an angel fall from heaven to earth. But we have to get into our original mindsets to understand that past traditional Christian theology that has been leading us. So we're not going to be too long because we got a certain video, we got a few videos to watch. So we're going to move fast, but we're going to come back, give you a chance to ask questions. But we're going to start with, we are the house of God. We are the house of God. You are the house of God. You are the temple of God. You are the Het Heru. You are the Beth El or Bethlehem or Bathsheba. These are quotations of stipulations where the people are saying something about the house, the body, the house of Israel, the house. So the house is not really just like how we have perceived it always as just ethnic, but it's also about a science. It's also about a science. Because when we're looking into the scriptures in certain points of times and we see the statements of the house and we look at, let's just take for a Bible story, for instance, you've got the Assyrians and so forth and Israel battling. But both of these are Shemites. Both of these are Shem, which is blacks. So they're battling. So when one says it's the house, what are they talking about? Or is it all the blacks? So is who's the house and who's not the house? What are we talking about when we say the house? What does the Kibra Nagas mean when it says the pearl? And what does this have to do with our mental health? So we start by Genesis chapter 1, verse 26. And it's very important. Genesis chapter 1, verse 26 says, let us create man in our image and our likeness. But the English equivalent of the statement saying us does not really lend to the science. It does not give dimensions to the consciousness. It actually leaves the mind in question of saying, who is us? So the usage of the word has lost the dimension as it has been equivalated into just, I guess you could say, a pronoun to represent a pluralism instead of the essence of what the words would symbolize. So in Genesis chapter 1, verse 26, the word is Elohim. Elohim. But in the scriptural component, it symbolizes the seven Elohims, the seven archangels. But let's not get too far in angel, archangel, all the way yet. So they say the seven archangels. Archangels. And the seven archangels would represent the biblical scripture saying, and God sent forth 7 spirits into all of creation. The 7. When we get to our Moorish brothers, they got the circle 7. The 7. When we get to our nation Islam, they say Shabazz. The 7. When we get to our Rastafari, the Ethiopia, we say Sheba. The 7. The 7. When the 3 sevens clash, what is that? Is that a date? But we just said the Moors is a 7. We just said the nation is a 7. We just said Rastafari is a 7. So when we get to this 7 and we do supreme alphabet and we say the letter G is the 7th letter of the English alphabet. And so G would represent God. And we look at the structure of most scriptures dealing with the 7. When we get to who we are as a people, we speak about our history. And, you know, some people will battle and they'll want to debate about Africa and all of that, but we are a furah. A furah. A furah is a term that means the flesh of Ra. The flesh of Ra. So our ancestors said, we are the flesh of Ra. We are bodies of light. We are the children of the sun. Children of the sun. And you'll always hear me where I said, I like to make sure that we know our ancestors were not speaking in religion. They were speaking in that mental state that still had the knowledge of self. So they were speaking in the science of self. So the dimensions and the science of self. So we don't want to get into a religious construct to where we flatline a story. We don't want to flatline nothing. So when we get to this Genesis story and we speak about Adam and Eve, we know if we say it is just a story about a man and a woman of the past, there's nothing we could do about it. Nothing we could do about it. And if we were just to read the story, it's our life is not faced with Adam and Eve, is faced with in a certain sense. So in one essence, the Adam and Eve story as a man and a woman of the past is flatlined. It's a dead letter. But when we change the constructs and overstand that Adam and Eve represent a science, now the story has dimension. The story is not a flatlined story. Because Adam and Eve, man and woman in the past, if I ask you what you can do about it, what can it do? You say nothing. So it's a dead letter. It's a dead story. It's a story of dead people. But when we look at the dimensions of the story in its science, Adam, Eve. But let's not go too far. Let's stuck with Adam for a minute because there's another part of the story. We've heard the story that Adam's first wife name was who? Anybody? Who did they say Adam's first wife was?
Lilith.
Lilith. Okay. So Lilith represents, see, because Adam, marriage, marital, Adam is being bind in a certain way. So we're going to look at this in a certain way. Adam's first wife is Lilith. So the first form is light. So we just said a full Ra, the flesh of Ra, body of light. So Adam's first evolution or devolution, as some may say, into the plane represents a body of light. Now, many of us have already heard that for many of times, but we just said a fura, and then when we go to studying our DNA, our DNA, our DNA is hydrogen. Hydrogen, the same thing in the sky that we call the sun. So in our body, when we talk about hydrogen, we're talking about light. But when you get to talking about hydrogen, it takes you to this, to the six. Now, our body of light, Adam's first wife, Lilith, light. You know, but they tell us the story. What do they say about Lilith? I'm gonna open the floor for me. I would like to hear uh, what most of you have heard about Lilith. What do you think about Lilith from the spiritual aspects or whatever? Does anybody have any build on that? Lilith, what were we told about Lilith? What kind of storyline were you given about Lilith?
Yes, fire.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
yes. What I do know is that Lilith is in. I don't know if it's only modern, but she's definitely given an appellation of being an alternative god that people pray to, which the Israelites um, put aside. They put her aside to worship Yahweh, because it was the Lilith, as far as I get to understand, it was an abomination to worship Lilith. Yes, I give thanks.
Yes, sir. Anybody else? Okay. Okay. Does anyone know Lilith's other name?
Yes, I.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Come forth.
Hathor.
Oh, Hathor. Okay. Well, no, in a sense it is, but in this sense, in that biblical side, on that side, no, it's not. In the biblical side, it is in a sense, but on the biblical side. Anyone else?
I'm gonna have a go at Mary, as in I'm thinking Mary Magdalene.
No. Go ahead. That's a good one though, but no, that's not it. Someone else? All right, the picture is a clue. Okay. Lilith's other name.
House now.
It's
Uh,
Eve.
House. House? No?
uh,
Wouldn't it be Eve, Russ?
no, well, Eve is Adam's second wife, but Lilith's other name is Sheba. Sheba. So Sheba becomes the devil stricken one. Don't speak about Sheba. Don't speak about that Cushite throne, the lap of the mother, the black woman. Huh? Lilith is Sheba. So the Adam in one state with Lilith was still a possessor of the seven, still a possessor of the seven. But our topic is I saw an angel fall from heaven to earth. I saw an angel fall from heaven to earth. Now, let's do a little science here. Adam is atum, energy that can neither be destroyed nor created. An atom's vibration slows down, it becomes matter, right? When it becomes matter, this is its dark side. It's Eve, okay? It's Eve. It's evening. But this is the material realm. So this is a material realm. But here you have a triangle that represents the higher self, the Trinity, the three. Here you have your spirit, your soul, your mind. This is your Trinity. In science, the Trinity is represented by the neutron, the proton, and the electron. Now, if you look over here on the side, the mind, the electron, has the ability to elect. So it goes negative, positive, right? So the electron charge can fall into the physical. So we're talking about the mind. We're going to get clear on this science. But the seven bodies, spirit, soul, mind, emotional body, this is the lower four. This is the material realm. Emotional body, your astral body. Emotional goes to water. Astral goes to air. Life force goes to fire. And your physical body is the earth. Water, air, fire, earth. This is the material realm. This is the seven bodies, your seven bodies of light. And God sent forth seven spirits into all of creation, into all of creation. An atom is energy that can neither be destroyed nor created. But when its vibration changes, it becomes the four. Now, in your genetics, you call this the Y, and you call this the X. X and Y represents your chromosome. This is both science. It's all a science. But let's go a little further into this because I'm just trying to give you an introductory to thinking of yourself as the house. But the house, this is basic geometry. So the first part of our science that we're given as children is geometry, the circle, the triangle, the square. These are science of our natures. But here we place the spirit as the sun that shines upon the house that's on top of the house. So this sun will take us back to Ra, but it also takes us to representing the seven bodies or the seven spectrums of light. For either way, these are just seven spectrums of light, but it's one light, but seven forms of the light or seven frequencies of the light. So if you look at this house with the triangle, if you thought of a flashlight and a light shining down, it would go in like a triangle position to a square as light ascends and spreads out. So it diffracts, so it spreads out, it diffracts. So here in this aspect, there's a whole lot of science, even in just dealing with the geometry in these aspects. But I saw an angel fall from heaven to earth. So we're talking about in your first stage, you held what is considered a spiritual mind. You were spiritually minded. But if your spirit mind falls down here to where it only perceives itself in the physical, then the light bearer, the spirit mind, which is the sun, the light bearer, has fallen to earth. The angel has fallen to earth. Well, how can we say the angel has fallen to earth. So let's go a little further. I'm gonna share my screen with you right quick. So just let me share the screen. All right. Revelations chapter 21, verse 17. Let's go with the regular King James version. I think this should take us to the regular King James. There we go. In the city that lieth, four squares. That's four perfect. That's a square. That's a square. That's a perfect square. And the length is as large as the breadth, and it measures the city with the reed 12,000 furlongs. And the length of the breadth and height are all equal. And he measures the wall thereof 144 cubits, according to the measure of a man. That is the measure of the angel. So the measurements of a man is the measurements of an angel. And I saw an angel fall from heaven to earth. The measurements of a man is the measurements of an angel. All right. The measurements of a man is the measurements of an angel. Why is this a key right here to what's being said? Past students, past class, anyone remember?
It alludes to the phrase in Genesis, let us make man in our image and likeness.
Okay. All right. That's a good point. But look at what I got highlighted right there. What do you see?
It reads 144 cubits.
All right. Why is that important?
Because it's the same number as the children of Israel who would be saved, the 144,000.
Close, but not actually. In this cipher here, yes, it does have a relation, but in this cipher here, we're dealing with the seven, we're dealing with Adam and Eve, so it's another correlation. Someone remember?
It's mathematical in terms of building a house or a structure.
Okay. Yeah, but just a little bit different. Anyone else? Someone else? Try again. If you went, still try again. Somebody. I want you to remember. So.
Yes, Russ?
Go ahead.
Yes. Well, another thing about the 144, I mean, it's such a scientific number. I don't know if I should really go into that, but it's such a scientific number because it's 24 hours in, I don't know if this is relevant, but 24 hours in a day and there's 60 minutes in an hour.
It is in the next phase, but that's not the answer at this phase. It is in the next phase.
Right, okay.
In this phase, 144 is significant because of Adam. Now, does somebody remember? Adam in Hebrew is Aleph, Daleth, Mem, 144. So we're speaking on a science right here. So the things with the mathematics that goes to the date, or would be calculations with the sun. The things with the mathematics that goes to the frequencies, which would be calculations with the sun. So the things that go with this right here, what we're dealing with is this Adon. So we're speaking in this essence of light. So Rasifa was going into the science and a frequency. And then we deal with this frequency coming into the lower realm. That's a little higher there, but we're going to stop right there. Because when we're talking about this mind, this spiritual mind falling to earth, then perceiving itself only from this physical realm. Now, in our emotional state, which is water, waters are like this, up and down, like waves, right? So some of us have to learn to walk on water. Walk on water. Now, each one of these represent an element. So when you're talking about alchemy, black dot, you're talking about also knowing the different frequencies of the elements and how they work with what, okay? So, and I'm just giving brief statements here so we can go into it in a next further stage. So I saw an angel fall from heaven to earth. So we just said the angel represents the 144, but this is the angelical construct, which you would say comes to earth, right? Now, let's go a little further. In our construct of Melchizedek, Melchizedek represents the doorway. But if you look here in your lower self, in the square, there is the door, right? There is the door in the four. So you have to go into the door to enter to the house. In masonry, you know, they talk about the winding stairway of Solomon's temple. We're going to be able to touch that as well, because this is where we're going at with this. So you have the house in which the sun shines upon. This is the triangle and the square. This is your seven, the house which the sun shines upon. And you're trying to enter into the doorway. Malcolm, pick the lock, Malcolm. Pick the lock. So we're learning a science of picking the lock. So in this aspect, the doorway is represented by an arch doorway, an arch doorway. Not just any doorway, but an arch doorway, like architect. Architect. You know, this is the rising of the sun. You have ascending, mid-heaven, and descending. So you have an arch doorway. Now, this arch doorway is very important, you know. So it'll come back because it goes back to Joseph as well. But here we go with the first pillar, which is the kingly pillar, Boaz, and it's called Malachi. Malachi or Melchi or Malachi or Melech is for king. So Malachi Zedek, Melchizedek. So Boaz and Jachin, the doorway of Solomon, represents the kingly priestly order. Now remember, this is a nature. This is the science of a nature. But someone turns the science of a nature into a religion. But why did they do it? Because the living people possess the nature. They are walking, living testament of the nature. Their lives are. So our ancestors' lives and history of their lives will represent the science in itself because it is living in this dimension. So in those aspects, there is a parallel in the history and a parallel in the metaphysics, as above, so below. The physical realm, the spiritual realm. So here we have the pillars, the doorway of Solomon's temple. But what we have put over it is what is called the Sephoric tree of life over it. So this is the 10 Sephiras. But many people are unaware that this comes out of the temple of Kombobo by Elephantine Island. So this is not something that they don't, the Jews or whatever don't like people to understand that this was found in our territories. And there's more to this. We're going to look at a video and get more on this, right? Because this is very important. So here we're talking about the kingly priestly pillar, Melchizedek, the doorway. But we have the tree of life, which reveals the hidden pillar, the middle pillar. Well, the middle pillar and the two pillars each have mathematics attached to them. So it's not put there by accident. This is science. This is science of our being. So in this aspect, in the first pillar has 3, 5, and 8. So the kingly pillar, we always say we're all royal. We are all royalty. So we are all kings and queens because we're children of the Most High. So we possess a royalty. But in the kingly pillar, it is the generating pillar. So it is to generate, meaning the royalty is always, remember, be fruitful and multiply. It's a generating aspect. So in the royalty where knowledge and this 3, 5, 8 is 16. So this pillar would represent knowledge, your equality. So your equality is the 6, as above, so below. So this pillar represents generating the mentality to knowledge your connection. So to crown yourself, you must generate the thought process. You must generate the mindset that acknowledges your as above, so below. What is your as above, so below? Because I saw an angel fall from heaven to earth. So there's a science of overstanding this, right? So we're talking about the measurements of the temple, the measurements of the temple, the measurements of the temple. So the first pillar represents 16. It represents to generate. So you're generating a thought process. But your kingly pillar and priestly pillar must come together to produce the keystone or the centerpiece, which would be shalom. That's the peace. So how do you get to the peace, to enter into the peace? So the kingly pillar and the priestly pillar must come together. When they come together, they produce the middle pillar. So now we go to the priestly pillar. The priestly pillar represents a mathematics of 2, 4, and 7, which is a 13. So the priest represents mastership. Why? Because even though you're a king or priest and you're royal, even though you're a royal, a king, or a queen, you're royalty because of your knowledge and your as above, so below. You still must master. You still must be a master of the temple. Why? Because the priest must keep the unclean sacrifices from entering the temple. The priest is the first defender of the temple. The priest is the first warrior. So you have your kingly pillar, you have your priestly pillar. 13, so mastership. So you generate, now you're operating. So operating, so we have knowledge. Knowledge is to know. So you're knowing something. But now wisdom requires you to apply what you know. So you have to operate. So you're not clandestine. You want to be an operator. You want to be an operation. So you're operating now. You're operating in your mastership. When the knowledge and wisdom come together, they produce the understanding, or they produce the child. What happens in that? The middle pillar has a mathematics of 1, 6, 9, 10. 1 plus 6 plus 9 plus 10 equals 26. Why is that 26 the middle pillar? Why is that so important? Why is this 26 the middle pillar? We call it the amen, the hidden, because this is the hidden pillar. This is the amen. This is your hidden pillar. Here we put the hidden name to it, the amen hotep. This is your hidden piece, because this is the keystone, shalom. So your hidden piece. So how do you activate the hidden piece? Because you want to walk into the doorway. You want to walk up to the doorway and go up the winding stairways, the zigzag zig. Anybody know supreme mathematics? Zigzag zig is what? Anybody know supreme alphabet? Zigzag zig is, huh?
What's this, the 26?
Zigzag zig is 26. This middle pillar is what number?
26.
26. So everything has a correspondence. There's nothing by accident. So show and prove. They say show and prove. You got to be able to show and prove the correspondence. Why do we talk about correspondence? Because we were talking about our 7 bodies. Now let's look at our 7 bodies in a different form.
Really, Russ, before you go on, Russ, please, I just don't want to lose that. When you just said that zigzag zig is 26, can you explain that? I haven't heard that before. I don't understand that.
Yeah, that's a nation of gods and the nation of Islam. That's the letter Z. This letter Z is called zigzag zig. It's 26.
I don't get it. I don't understand that, Russ.
It's the 26th letter in the alphabet.
In the alphabet, yeah, there's 26
Oh.
alphabet.
Is that what you're saying? That it's the 26th letter of the alphabet?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Give thanks.
Yes, sir. So when we go to dealing with the 7, we also go to Tahuti, Dejahuti, Thoth. Why? The 7 principles. The 7 principles of what? The 7 principles of nature. The law of mentalism, the law of correspondence, the law of vibration, the law of polarity, the law of gender, the law of rhythm, the law of cause and effect. Now, spirit is the heights. And we said, I saw an angel fall from heaven to earth. But we said the mind has fallen from its spiritual, the mind, the mentalism has fallen from its spirit habitation, and it's fallen into the physical habitation. Well, what happens mostly in the physical habitation? We end up dealing with a lot of cause and effect. Wow. And that cause and effect, that's like a chain. You could get trapped in a pinball machine if you don't know how to reverse it. So somebody knows how to trick you into the mentalism. They get you to corresponding with a vibration that keeps you at a polarity, that keeps you at a receiving thing, that keeps you in a rhythm that has you stuck in a constant effect, cause and effect by them getting you out of your natural harmony, your ma'at. So you are stuck in a chain reaction. But you're hydrogen, you're fusion, a hydrogen fusion. So now it gets hot in here. The temperature rising. Our lives seem like we in a living hell. Gotta understand it's science now. Gotta understand it's science. So the 7 bodies actually do correlate with the 7 principles of Tahuti, of thought. It's science, not superstition. Science. So now when we go to studying about this doorway in this 26, we have to go to the Bible verse about I shall travel, he shall come in the name of his father. He shall travel in the name of his father. He shall come or travel in the name of his father. So this middle pillar is a passageway, right? This middle pillar is called the passageway of the Messiah. Now, I'm giving you things that as you keep studying, you're going to find these things. We're going to try to hope that we could correlate the information so that everyone could find it. But the middle pillar is called the passageway of the Messiah. The passageway of the Messiah. Okay? But you had to knowledge your equality to generate that thought so that you could go into your mastership, so that you could operate as the priest. And at that time, the two pillars could meet, creating the architect. See, you ain't become an architect of your life yet. You ain't no architect. See, an architect goes to a mastership. So they talk about master builders, craftsmen in this realm. Do you know your craft? Do you understand your craft? Because your body is your ship, your craft. So here you go is your knowledging to generate, and you have to go through your mastership, your kingly priestly process. We are a royal priesthood, a peculiar people. This is the royal priesthood. This is the order of Melchizedek. This is the doorway to Solomon's temple. So now when you go through this process, you start to produce the hidden one, the hidden pillar, something that's hidden in yourself. You're trying to access something that's hidden in yourself. You're trying to walk into that temple to access something that's hidden in yourself. And it goes to this number 26. And it goes to this number 26. But we just said he shall travel in the name of his father. Well, a lot of us know the name to be Yah, Hey, Vah, Hey. Yah, Hey, Vah, Hey. Yahad is 10. Hey is 5. Vah is 6. Hey is 5. 10 plus 5 plus 6 plus 5 is 26. So Jehovah represents this pillar. So this pillar, Jehovah, my God, is a jealous God, an all-consuming fire. My God is a jealous God, an all-consuming fire. But why would this 26 be? Why would you be saying this last with the 26? Because 26 vertebrae on the spine. You have one brain and 26 vertebrae. When you're a child, you have 34. Once you become an upright adult, it equivalates to the 26. Now, you're talking about on this 26, on this spinal cord, is the 7 chakras, but they don't call us the spinal cord. They call this the back of the book thereof, because you the book of life. And we read in your story. So you have these 7 chakras, and they say the Kundalini energy, the Shin, the Hebrew letter, the Shin. The Shin travels in the Father's name. The Shin, the Kundalini, travels in the Father's name. That's considered the Messiah energy coming in the Father's name. See, so the Christ self, the Christ story is in all of us. We all have a science of this Christ self in us. So there's 7 chakras, and then you see the 12 melanated centers in the brain. But see, you see what I got? The star and the moon. That represents the pineal and the pituitary. But if you up here in this chakra, you got to be working in this shalom. So in Islam, the brothers say Islam is peace. But the Quran tells you that Islam is not a religion. Islam is your nature. Your nature. So if somebody takes you out of your peace, have you living in fight or flight? You know, got you living in fight or flight. So your pineal, your pituitary, operating with the adrenal and it's operating on a whole nother level now. It's secreting. So you in an acidic nature if you in fight or flight. So somebody takes you from out of your operation. So this shin that be traveling in the Father's name ain't traveling. The activation of the Christ and the activation of the 12 disciples, or the halo. Why would this 12 melanated sinners? This the halo. This is why they put the circle around the head. Why? Why? Because the measurements of a man is the measurements of an angel. And I saw an angel fall from heaven, from its spirit, mentalism, from its real true mind state, its spirit, mentalism, and it fell to earth, trapped and just cause and effect, unable to change the vibration. But to change the vibration, you must change your mind. But to change the vibration, you must change your mind. So we're talking about mind science, the knowledge of ourselves. So now if we look at this spine, we're talking about the 7 chakras and the energy going and opening up, and the pineal and the pituitary. Get to the pineal and pituitary, we got to go to moon science. Because even though you're a solar being, you're a sun, you're a body of light, you operate under lunar science. You got a lunar formula in you. Your pineal operates under the moon. So our ancestors had to write other parts of the story to equivalent that science to you. But we still trying to get our halo. We're still trying to get our halo. Because I saw an angel fall from heaven to earth. Well, this would represent like the box. But let's look at this, because somebody's put us in fight or flight. And instead of us being the generators of light, we've been trapped in the darkness. But we are the masters of alchem, so we know how to generate light out of darkness. What you talking about, lads? We're talking about black dot operation. Talking about the caduceus. What, that's what this is. So, but they say that's healing. That's the medical symbol. But that go to this. So the science of you understanding this is the science of you healing using your black dot. Call it your third eye. But we just talked about the pineal and the pituitary operation correlating with the lunar, with the moon. But we also talked about that you're a hydrogen being, you're a body of light, you're the children of the sun, you're the Afura, flesh of Ra. But you're trying to get access to the doorway of yourself. But somebody has cut you off. Somebody's cut you off. You ain't been able to go up the winding stairways to the upper room. What they call it? The upper room. You're trying to get to the upper room. But somebody done threw our nature off. They got us in fight or flight. They got us in our earthly state. So that angel, that spirit has fallen from heaven to earth. They said you could crucify the Christ over and over again. Any of y'all ever read that in Hebrews? And wondered, how could you do that? How could the Christ that already been crucified one time, how could I live in my life every day if I say I'm dealing for redemption and this and that? How could I crucify the Christ? over and over again. Because I haven't started working for perfection, ascension. I'm still trying to repent. I'm still thinking in this world in an illusion state. I done forgot that we were the etheric beings. And then when the polarity of the planet changed, our thought process caused the Pangea existence to be disturbed by a meteorite shower, which then broke up the landmass. So we went through these continental drift periods, but after that, us, the people of Afura, spread about through the world, reestablishing the temples, building temples or pyramids on the grid points so that we could rebalance the planet from the meteorite disturbance. So we were building pyramidical structures on grid points that were all around the earth. But these were energy centers. We were operating in a science. So we go from a story of operating as what they call the gods, and then we went into disbalance, and our disbalance caused the meteorite shower, and the meteorite shower produced the fallen ones. Produced the fallen ones. The feelings. So when we came out of the underground cities and we started rebuilding, then we discovered the fallen ones. But then the fallen ones invaded. And the first places to fall were places like Sumer. Then they hit Kemet and Jerusalem. But in the story of the Bible, they tell us in Isaiah, they tell us about Lucifer. But Lucifer means light bearer. But they put that in the scripture in like the 1800s. Before that, if you go back, it spoke about an Ethiopian African king who had an empire that was up near the Sumer, the Chaldea area. And it fell. It fell to what? It fell to what? So once it has fallen in this spread of a certain mindset took over. Because you got to remember now. So let's go one more step before we hit this video. When we talk about where the Europeans came from, they came from this fallen period. It, when these fallen ones represent us, a genetical mutation happens because our disbalance caused a meteorite shower. And that changed the paradigm of the planet. And there were those that heeded to the calls of the ancient ones and those that didn't. And in that process, when we came back up to the lands and started spreading out, we ran into, as we were hewing stones from the Caucasus Mountain areas, in those caves, in those dungeon caves in the Caucasus Mountain areas, we found the fallen ones. Now, one group of us wanted to kill them. Another group of us said we shouldn't kill them because they had come from us and that you can't destroy something with a lower law, meaning you got to overcome it with a higher law. So if something is a lower frequency and you bow down to a lower frequency, you're just going to reproduce the reality of it. So the only way to had overcome was with a higher law. So we end up to a point to where we battle. Our people go to war for that against each other. And in that process, as time ticks, groups of us start, they already had amalgamated, producing seed with them, and then the the time periods of them coming on in, but they came out of caves of darkness. They came out of the ice age while we were underground in the underground cities of the earth. These people were in full savage mode. They had to eat flesh, drink blood. They were acting as wolves and so forth. So the genetical memory that was emplaced in the fallen ones is a memory of fight and flight, starvation, that is hoarding because you hoard because you're afraid that you're going to starve. So all of these frequencies are being introduced into the planetary realm. Remember, every thought process becomes an ion, it becomes a frequency, it becomes a download into the system. And these frequencies that were being hoarded and brought, we weren't into those at first. But as the amalgamations and the steady conquest and the wars and the conquering wars with them and the constant wars with them, our state of mind started to take a tumble. And that's what, in the Europeans' essence, their main component of attack was to do one main thing, was to destroy our temples and those things that kept us in a certain mindset. They had to destroy our culture. They had to destroy the things that reminded us of ourselves. They had to destroy our way of eating. All of these things became a component of their attack. And it means something. Now, when we talk about our DNA and our genetics, hold on. Because their attack on us means something. It means very high thing. Matter of fact, hold on. So some people will think they see pagan marks, pagan uh, ritual that doesn't mean nothing. Okay? We started talking about this last week, but I really want you to really get what's in you. I want you to really understand. Because as we spoke about the atom is energy that can neither be destroyed nor created. So there are components of eternity. You're made up of eternal energy. You're made up of a science of an energy that has a consciousness. I'm just gonna say it in that way. That has an intelligence, and it follows a certain protocol. And the protocol has been, let's see. So here you're looking at what we call the geometric symbols, right? So we're talking about geometry, but I want to read this to to elucidate the correlation between epigenetics, regulations, binary mathematics, and encoding of information in the human DNA, to investigate the ancient practice of geomancy and its potential application in the realm of artificial intelligence. Right now, this here is called the magic square, right? And its aspects, you see the 12 houses of astrology in there. I don't know. Can y'all see that? Let me see. I'm trying to make it bigger. So those are 12 houses of astrology. So you would be going and dealing with the houses and the aspects of it. But here in the center, this is all. But in the Ifa tradition, in the Odu, in the Ryuga, it would have been a board, and it has the same same pretty much aspects of astrological aspects. But each one of the odus, or each one of the geometry symbols also have planetary correlations, right? Now, we spoke about the 26 being Yahweh Vahe. And when we got the other day, we started talking about something, but we didn't get into it. We started talking about epigenetics. So you're going to learn that epigenetics is very important because your epigenetics is also going to be dealing with what you call, so you can see these words, your peptides and your amino acid. Now, what we're about to show is the word Yahe Vahe is actually the tyrosine histidine, tryptophan histidine, which is that's your Yahe Vahe. That's your this is your amino acid. This is your amino acid breakdown of your body. This is the amino peptide acid breakdowns of your body. In the same correlation language, you find the Yahe Vahe, which is very important. Now, when we go back up here and we're talking about this, I have a little something I wanted to read to you. So hold on, let me go right here. Can y'all see the screen?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. Somebody read this middle paragraph, the I Ching, the runes, and Ifa.
The I Ching runes and Ifa divination, excuse me, all revolve around the number 64. 64 hexagrams, 64 runes, 64 by 4 odus in Ifa, which is also the number of codons contained to each DNA nucleus. One of the three traditions, Ifa, is the most intriguing in its similarity to our DNA. On each strand of DNA, there are 4 nuclei, each containing 64 codons. In Ifa, we have 256 oduns, 64 times 4. Just like in each DNA strand, there are 256 possible combinations at any given time. Our DNA receives photons, lights at different frequencies and different vibratory rates. They are defined by intervals of light and dark, codes of zeros and ones, which is exactly the language that is used by Ifa divination tools such as OBs and Opeles. How did the ancients put together accurate divination tools?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Tools that are based on the workings of our DNA.
All right. Okay. So don't you go by the arrogance that our ancestors in the priesthoods in Africa were having a belief system. No, they were operating from facts, documented facts that they were able to keep records, and the it lets you understand there's a code to the matrix we live in, and our ancestors overstood it, not no halfway. And the Europeans have taken this same codex that's in your DNA and they've created machine language, zeros and ones. And they've been duplicating the algorithms of this, which is your genetical coding. And they've been using that coding to create AI, Sentinel intelligence. The same mathematics of you. So they're putting electronic, so that's electrons, that's energy, light energy, electricity. They're running it in a certain cyclic electrical magnetical pattern. So what happens is they forget your body is a portal. Your body is the temple. It is the portal. Inside, I heard silence. So let's just imagine here, this the black dot, this the light that transcends down, that makes up the physical holographic world. So all of this holographic is the transmission of the light and its operations in the seven frequencies of encodements to open the dimensions of different portal existence in material realms. So this black dot represents you, the black dot, the black dot. And so if somebody runs the encodement of this temple, they've just opened a portal. So is a sentient or is it fiend spirits allowed to ascend in that frequency? Y'all heard I say it? I'm going all the way in for us today. Is it fiend spirits coming in on those low frequencies? Because see, the Matian body is going to have a certain heights in it. But if you talk about just creating a parallel of a physical electro of based on our frequency science, then you've just opened up a physical plane. So anything can come in that essence. Well, what makes that important is when we talk about this meteorite shower, right? Let's imagine ye are gods. What do you have to fear? You gods. So the only thing about being a god is you're a creative force. You are a creative force. And being that you're a creative force, right? See, that's where you get your seventh thing: mentalism, correspondence, vibration, polarity, gender, rhythm, cause, and effect. You produce this reality here in the creative force. So the ancient etheric beings, our light body elders, who still were the last holders of the light body, were telling us right before the meteorite shower to maintain our balance. But we didn't. But we had already been preparing the underground cities of the earth. So groups of us who would prepare to keep the balance would go into the underground cities of the earth. Now, the ones that felt arrogant and said, yeah, we gods, what do we have to fear? They forgot whatever you create, you got to deal with. Nobody can save you from it. So if you create the disbalance, the universe has to respond. There is no magical bullet to save you because the spirit is neutral. It loses nothing. So if your production of a frequency here in this realm produces a sudden destruction, the spirit don't lose you. You return back to the spirit. So the spirit is neutral. But if you create a correspondent reality, you know, you've got to have a higher frequency to overcome that lower frequency that you created. So in that process, we created the meteorite shower, and some of us did not enter into the underground cities for protection. The bodies were destroyed in the meteorite shower. But these are divine conscious beings of an eternal existence. So do they just relinquish themselves because the physical body is taken? Or do they become fiend spirits looking to attach themselves to lower frequencies to feed on and to exist on? Do these become the spirits in which blood offerings are being made to talk to speak with? Fiend spirits. Fiend spirits. So now the trajectory of a certain mindset starts to dominate the planet. The lower fallen ones, those who are possessed by lower freeing spirits, then start to construct a parallel world to take those who were the rightful born ones and make them fall from their habitation so that they could be fed upon as well. So somebody had to take us out of our rightful mind. They had to take us out of a certain existence of our being. They had to take us out of the mathematics of understanding our nature and how it corresponds to everything. So when we talk about our mind state and how we got here and how we normalize certain things now, you know, how did we get to where there is a normalization of just lower frequency thoughts? When we are people who came from a traditional existence that cultivated us spiritually. So now we're talking about how to enter back into that doorway of ourselves. So to unlock that doorway, we've learned about eating habits. We've learned about chakras. We've learned about the pineal operation, the pituitary operation. We've learned that this is the operation of the caduceus. We've learned that this is the Shin traveling in the name of the Father. They talk about producing the Christ self. We're talking about producing the Islam. We're talking about returning to our shalom, our peace, our Amen Hotel, our hidden peace. We're talking about people took the science of us and they're creating magic in the world. And we're sitting here saying we have no magic. We have no power. So let's go one little step into this magic topic. And then I'm going to take a question after this video.
These are pictures of equations. I've been, for the last 15 years, trying to answer the kinds of questions that my colleagues here have been raising. And what I've come to understand is that there are these incredible pictures that contain all the information of a set of equations that are related to string theory. And it's even more bizarre than that, because when you then try to understand these pictures, you find out that buried in them are computer codes, just like the type that you find in a browser when you go surf the web. And so I'm left with the puzzle of trying to figure out whether I live in the matrix or not.
Wait, you're blowing my mind at this moment. So you're saying, are you saying your attempt to understand the fundamental operations of nature leads you to a set of equations that are indistinguishable from the equations that drive search engines and browsers on our computers?
That is correct. So,
wait, I have to just be silent for a minute here. So you're saying as you dig deeper, you find computer code writ in the fabric of the cosmos?
Into the equations that we want to use to describe the cosmos, yes.
Computer code?
Computer code, strings of bits of ones and zeros.
It's not just sort of resembles computer code, you're saying it is computer code.
It's not even just is computer code, it's a special kind of computer code that was invented by a scientist named Claude Shannon in the 1940s. That's what we find very, very deeply inside the equations that occur in string theory and in general in systems that we can say are supersymmetric.
Okay. Time to go home, I think. Where are we going to go?
These are pictures of equations. These are pictures of equations.
Okay, one more. Hold on. Now, these equations that we're talking about, these zeros and ones, they have now been studied to represent what the term is called epigenetics. So epigenetics, epigenomes, here you see they say the epigenomes has been heralded as a key missing piece of the etological puzzle for understanding how developments of psychological disorders may influence by the surrounding environment in accordance with the genomes and understanding mechanisms involved in the maintenance and inheritability of the epigenetic states is thus an important aspect of research in the current biology, particularly in the study of learning and memory, emotions, and social behavior in humans. Moreover, epigenetics in psychology provides a framework for understanding how expressions of genes is influenced by the experience and the environment to produce individual differences in behavior, cognition, personality, and mental health. So I want you to think about this in this aspect right here. Our ancestors would cast Odu and be able to read the epigenetics of your nature. They would be able to tell you your birth chart. They'd be able to tell you the things that you need to deal with, the food you need to stay away from. See, you and me think going to the European, do a DNA test or something. You had ancestors, they ain't had to prick your blood. They pricked your aura, your field of energy. See, so now we have no knowledge of understanding how deep that was to the correlation of us having a balanced society. So now they're saying if you trigger these epigenetics, these zeros and ones, it can mess with the cognition, it can mess with the memory, it can mess with so many different things. So We living in fight or flight. What kind of environment how does that affect our epigenetics? How does that affect our body of light? So let's look at this video here. Any questions before we start this video?
Into the brain of a child. More importantly, the child can no longer be human. Are you understanding what I'm saying? The reason why he could do it is they weren't human. They didn't even feel pain. Them, yes? Selling mothers away from their children and husbands away from wives. And surely they don't feel it. Because if they felt it, that would make them human like me. So I simply say, and you see, it's not even so much that he said it, but he was an important person. If Joe, nobody said it, but he said it. So what do you think the rest of the folks, uneducated laborers, believed? Well, they don't feel grief, you know. After all, Thomas Jefferson says they don't. So he becomes a critical person in making those statements. But you see, it was all to relieve and to settle the conscience that he died with. But these become very important as you see how these things move forward. Then there was J. Marion Sims. I won't spend a lot of time with him. He's another figure. You can Google him. There's a statue, actually, of him in Central Park. And J. Marion Sims was an individual credited. He was the father of modern gynecology. How many women in here know what a vaginal speculum is? And for those men in the room that we lost, a vaginal speculum is a device designed to open up the vagina. It was considered one of the most important advancements in medicine that was made. He was credited as being the wealthiest wealthiest physician to have ever lived. And what's interesting about him, look at the medals pinned on him. I was just very curious about how it was they regarded this man, because no one ever really looked at how did he come up with that vaginal speculum. The way he did it was he actually worked on did experiments on unanesthetized slave women. He created a makeshift hospital in his backyard in the mid-1800s. He built the first vaginal speculum from a pewter spoon. And he reasoned that slave women were able to bear great pain, meaning we don't need any anesthesia, because their race made them more durable, and thus they were well suited for painful medical experimentation. We didn't even, because we didn't feel like other women could feel. This man would cut into women, cut into them, and just said, well, since they're black, they don't really feel it. Unbelievable. And more importantly is what he did to infants, because not only did he experiment on women, he also experimented on infants. He said that black infants suffered from something he called trimus nascentium, which is now commonly referred to as neonatal tetanus. Neonatal tetanus originates in horse manure, which was a likely cause of the disease in slave infants. He attributed it to the indecency and intellect.
I want you to think about what she just spoke about, tetanus. And Bill Gates just also going into Africa with that tetanus and using that aspect to attack our people. Go ahead.
Intellectual flaws of slave infants together with skull malformations at birth. That is a shoemaker's awl. And that's an 1800s shoemaker's awl. He would stick that into the heads of brand new infants in an effort to realign their skulls based on the indecency and intellectual flaws of their parents to treat the malady. Of course, it was 100% death rate. But that's what he would stick in the head of a baby at birth. And so these are things that are so horrific that you can't possibly wrap your head around it. And this man is, just Google him. And you think to myself, I think to myself, if I were up here in front of you right now, and this is going to become very important as I move into the other slides. If I stomped a puppy to death out here, up here, just a little puppy, and stomped it right here to death in front of you, most of you would need therapy. And I would be arrested probably faster than killing a black man for killing a puppy. How could you do that? Do you realize how much dissonance you have to remove in order to stick that into the brain of a child? More importantly, the child can no longer be human. Are you understanding what I'm saying? The reason why he could do it is they weren't human. They didn't even feel pain. That's what this man believed. Now, you may look at that and go, those are horrific things from the past. There's a book out right now, not table reading. It's called Medical Apartheid. This was written by Harriet Washington, came out last year. This book chronicles the experimentation on black people up to contemporary day. See, we want to look at the Tuskegee experiments. We want to look at Sims and go, oh, that just still going on. Implicated, Harvard, Johns Hopkins, because we weren't what? Human. So that dehumanization is something that we really got to appreciate. Went on for a long time. Can you go back? Back one more. No white could ever rape a slave woman. The regulations of law as to the white race on the subject of sexual intercourse do not and cannot, for obvious reasons, apply to slaves. Their intercourse is promiscuous. We've now justified raping black women because they can't be raped. We aren't raping them. They're promiscuous by nature. So we can't do it. Forward, one more. The fact that white men could profit from raping their female slaves does not mean that their motive was economic. The rape of slave women by their masters was primarily a weapon of terror that reinforced whites' domination over their human property. Rape was an act of physical violence designed to stifle black women's will to resist and to remind them of their servile status. These become important instruments that you look at. And I want to give you some statistics as it relates to American history. By the mid-1800s, there was over 600,000 mixed race children born. 600,000. How many of you know what miscegenation is? Miscegenation is an illegal marriage between people of different races. Actually, it was very profound here. That was illegal to marry someone of another race. So when you consider the fact that one of the greatest issues and one of the number one reasons why black men were lynched, beaten, and imprisoned had to do with the fear that they were going to rape whom? White women. Now the numbers, I mean, we're talking about pure numbers alone. It was who being raped? Okay, it was black women being raped, but they can be raped. Let's advance forward. Before we get into the Casual Killing Act. The Casual Killing Act was written because of the number of people who were killed while being corrected. Okay. And if any slave resists his master, owner, or other person by his or her order, correcting such slave and shall happen to be killed in such correction, it shall not be counted felony, but the master, owner, and every other person so giving correction shall be acquitted of all punishment and accusation for the same, as if such accident had never happened. So that means that if you happen to be correcting someone and you beat them to death, you know how hard it is to beat someone to death? I mean, I thought about that. I said it happened so frequently that they created a law so that you wouldn't feel any what? No guilt, because you were simply correcting them. It wasn't your fault. So I went back to look at who was beating folks to death. I wanted to know. And it was white women. White women were beating black children to death. That's who was being beaten to death. But it wasn't her fault. She was just correcting them. You see, what we do is we rob ourselves of our own humanity when we refuse to look at this stuff. We rob ourselves of our humanity. And that's what people didn't know happened. Going forward, one more. Then you had the mental health folks. This is how we got in. We got in to try to fix it. In the early years of the 19th century, a physician named Samuel A. Cartwright argued that two particular forms of mental illness caused by nerve disorders were prevalent among slaves. One was drapetomania, which was diagnosable by a single symptom: the uncontrollable urge to escape from slavery. So now what we've done is we've now pathologized your desire to be free. Must be something wrong with them. Keep trying to free themselves. And again, it would be funny if it weren't in journals. You see, all of this is to remove the cognitive dissonance. Now we have, look at all the people joining in. You got Linnaeus, you got anthropology, you got physicians. All of them saying they deserve it. It's not us. We don't need to adjust anything. And if they just tried harder, how about you people just pull yourselves up from your bootstraps? What's the matter with you? The playing field has been leveled. Well, we're going to see if in fact it's been leveled. Or is that conjecture? Move forward. Now I want you to look at this photo very closely, and I want you to see who's in it. More important than the man hanging, because you got to understand the lynchings that occurred in America happened after slavery. Not during. Thousands of lynchings happened after slavery because this is a reaction to white fear of what we would do once freed. But we didn't create a vigilante group to take out white people, but they did create a vigilante group to take us out now that we're free. See, that happened after slavery. They were called the what? The Ku Klux Klan. They don't wear hoods anymore, they wear suits. But they're alive and well all over the world, even here. So, look at who's in the picture. I want you to look at this little girl in particular. You can't see her closely, but she's actually grimacing, like smirking. Now, remember, let's go back to the puppy concept here. She would be loathed and torn up probably if this was a puppy, which means he's less than that, because she's not disturbed. This little girl is not disturbed by this, but she should be, shouldn't she? People always ask me, they go, Joy, what was the impact on white people? There it is, right there. Can't feel any empathy for him. None, zero, zip. There's a little one back here, even smaller. Because whatever she's been taught or told, socialized to believe, makes him no longer human. That's the greatest danger to white people, is that they can't feel it. And there's a reason why white people can't feel what we're talking about. My God, what would you then feel? It's tough. So I've got to believe, oh, it's all over now. It's not my fault. I don't benefit. It's not a big deal. Let's move on. It's not all of those things. But we don't say that to Jewish people. I dare you. But you have to understand, when you unearth this one, that's what we did to our children. Let's move forward. This is a similar photo to the one that is used in Denzel's movie. Now, and again, most important, this is a man that's being burned. Also, I won't read the depiction, but there are newspaper accounts of this. It's written in a book called 100 Years of Lynching by Ginsberg. No pictures, just newspapers that say not only did they burn him, they decapitated him, cut him into pieces, and used parts of his body as things to put on mantles. So people would say, get me a tongue, would you, or a liver, a little crisp, so I could put it on the mantle. Now, again, I want you to look at the folks. I want you to look at who's here. We're not talking about the toothless, big gut, hooded wonder, are we? We're looking at plain old, common, dressed up folks. They're squeezing, please, I want my picture taken. Are you following me? This is somebody's cousin, uncle, somebody. And the ability to do that, dehumanize this man and rob them of their humanity, all at the same time. All at the same time. That is the most dangerous, treacherous thing that could happen. What did Hitler do? He dehumanized human beings, put babies in ovens. Anything that robs us of our humanity is a danger to everyone. And that is what's going on with people of African descent all over the world, because not only did it get done here, but who did we tell? The entire world we told these people don't deserve any value. Everyone wants to be American, not y'all. But when we go, I literally go to countries all over the world. America sets the standard, and thank God for what happened later. Let's move forward. So a lot of people start saying, well, y'all got free, right? Y'all are free, everything's fine. Because see, whenever you talk about post-traumatic slave syndrome, people get locked there. So there's a myth that after slavery ended, the playing field was leveled. Was it? Remember, all the lynchings occurred after slavery. That wasn't during, after slavery. So you had black sharecropping. Now, we didn't get a lot of black history in our schooling. I have 4 degrees, and 3 of them advanced degrees. Never did I get black history. I got about 2 pages of black history, and one page was a picture. And there was a picture of the little folks with the cabin. You probably saw the same picture. It's a little cabin, the little guy on the porch with the banjo, little children running, frolicking about, eating watermelon, right? Everybody happy? And we certainly need little Mary and little Johnny to believe that they were happy. The slaves were happy people. And they had a nice place to live. Because we couldn't have them feeling cognitive what? Not little Mary. She can't start questioning what Grandpa did. So I want you to see this, because those are leftover slave quarters. He's a sharecropper. So now let's go back and take a look at sharecropping. Now these are folks that were slaves, no longer slaves, decided I'm going back to be a sharecropper on the same plantation that I was enslaved. Why would you do that? Let's move forward. Here's why. Because when you did try to leave, and you go north, because you're free. I want you to go north now. I live in Oregon, right? That's where I live. Here we go. No free Negro mulatto not residing in this state at the time of the adoption of this Constitution shall come, reside, or be within this state, or hold any real estate, or make any contracts, or maintain any suit therein. And the Legislative Assembly shall provide by penal laws for the removal by public officers of all such Negroes and mulattoes, and for their effectual exclusion from the state, and for the punishment of persons who shall bring them into the state or employ or harbor them. This was repealed November 3rd, 1926. My father was alive. Section 6 said if any free Negro mulatto shall fail to quit the country as required by this act, if guilty upon trial, shall receive upon his or her back not less than 20, no more than 39. We'll beat you. That if any free Negro mulatto shall fail to quit the country within the term of 6 months after receiving such stripes, he or she shall again receive the same punishment once every 6 months until he or she shall quit the country. We're going to beat you till you leave. But you're free. The playing field is leveled. Pull yourself up from your bootstraps. Are you following me? So he went back to the plantation. Let's go back. He went back to the plantation to be a sharecropper because that's the only place he could live. But he can't read or write because it was illegal to educate a slave. So I'm illiterate. I go back and I say to the slave owner, past slave owner, okay, now I'm coming back to work for a fair wage because I'm free. And the slave owner says, sure, you can come back. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to advance you seed, tools, and a mule. In other words, I am going to give you that grant that you want. And we're going to let you work with that. And at the end of the year, we'll settle up. Well, the grant's never enough, is it? And so at the end of the year, he's found owing. And what must he do to pay off that debt? He's got to work it off, yes? And his children have to work it off, yes? That's called debt servitude, or another form of slavery. But you all are free. What are you whining about? Let's move forward. Move forward. So, well, can we lease them? Now everybody wants to know big issue. You have overrepresentation here. Guess how I know? Overrepresentation in the criminal justice system has its etiology. It was big business then. It's big business now. You're going to get free labor one way or another. New slavery is imprisonment. Well, let's see. Why was this? It was so successful. By the mid-1898, nearly 3/4 of Alabama's total state revenue came directly from this institution. Well, of course, I wanted to do research on what they did, because they're free. But now we're arresting them at alarming rates. And for what? 12 years for vagrancy, loitering, startling a white woman, looking menacingly at a white woman. That's what they got 10, 12, 15 years for. And many of them, 25%, died under convict lease, more than during slavery, because there were no protections, because now we have another label to justify our behavior towards them. And what's their new label? Well, after all, they're convicts. They're criminals. Don't they deserve it? Do you see what I'm saying? So when did it end, is the question. Move forward. You all heard about Katrina, yes? Yeah. See, I was there. My family's from Louisiana. I went to the 9th Ward. Sometimes you can't pay attention to what the news says. It's important to actually go eyeball what's going on, which was very interesting, because it was one of the most horrific events I'd ever seen and probably will ever see in my life. Well, black folks were just simply treated differently. Did you notice that? Here's the good news about Katrina. Everybody noticed it. So all the rest of the world where we learned, send us your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, your democracy, your equality. They said, what happened with that Katrina thing? All that stuff y'all talked about. Well, let me read this. This is from Associated Press, taken straight from the newspaper. In the front, actually, the top part here is actually a woman, but they think it's a man. Anyway, it says, a young man walks through chest-deep floodwater after looting a grocery store in New Orleans on Tuesday, August 30th, 2005. Same body of water down here, excuse me. 2 residents wade through chest-deep water after finding bread and soda from a local grocery store. Now, same event, same water. White people, black people. We've told you what you see now. That removes your what? Dissonance, because these people can't be perceived as looting. They're white people. White people don't loot. Now, the truth of the matter is, I don't care what any of them are doing. It doesn't matter, but I'm going to still the social conscience by letting you know, don't forget, this is a looter. Matter of fact, what you last heard was that they were looters and rapists. Did you not? So don't they deserve it? That wasn't back in, slavery though, was it? Now we're going to kind of move into operationalizing that to look at what is it, how do we begin to connect that behavior, that history to what we're dealing with and what you're dealing with right now and what we're seeing. And very often people say, well, is everything post-traumatic slave syndrome? Obviously that would, trivialize all the work. We cannot lay squarely on the shoulders of post-traumatic all the problems that we see, nor can we place all the problems squarely on the shoulders of white people or any of the above. So hopefully we won't digress into anything that is that foolish in terms of a discussion. Because, that's another thing that happens in terms of trying to deal with the pushback around this. Then we move into extremes, and it tends to dilute the realities that are going on. So hopefully we're way beyond all that. Well, now she's saying everything is post-traumatic. No, I'm not. And most of my work, my background is really in the field, doing work in the community and grassroots. That's where my training was in terms of my clinical work. And just, the fact that I've always been, this work started on the ground. It didn't start here. Matter of fact, I got the attention of places like Oxford and Harvard and, the Ivy League and major institutions, even the FBI, but those were things that happened after I started doing the work on the grassroots level. And so it's, for me, my commitment is to healing. So this is not an exercise in some kind of broad intellectual esoteric. It's really about how do we then take this information and help a person extricate themselves from behavior that they've learned and or been socialized to believe, black and white, and everyone in the middle that has been affected by this. What do we do? So this is kind of looking at the contemporary kind of reflection of the trauma, which is white supremacy and terrorism. That continues. We see that on a daily basis in the United States as well as here. This book is called Breaking Rank by Norm Stamper. Norm Stamper is a 34-year police veteran. He was the chief of police for the cities of San Diego and Seattle. This is a white man, wrote this book called Breaking Rank, and he really did. So all I can tell you is he broke rank. I've been trying to meet Norm. Norm travels quite a bit, and he gets a considerable amount of death threats because of what he's done. But he talked about, and this is contemporary, and remember, that's what we're looking at. How does it reflect itself today? I've heard some police officers refer to prostitute slayings or to the slayings of blacks as misdemeanor murders, employing an unofficial code for them, NHI, which means no human involved. Now, these are on telephone calls. These are on calls that you hear on police officers speaking, hey, what do you have? Well, we have an NHI. We have no human involved. It's a black person killed. Do you see what I'm saying? Again, the dehumanization reflecting itself in just their casual involvement with one another. San Diego cops confessed to a myriad other acts of discrimination, including additionally dehumanizing the references to blacks on a radio call, Justin 1113 nigger. 1113 is a code for an injured animal. How many people think they understand what racism is? Show of hands. Come on, you know, you think you know. I'm not suggesting I know. I just have a couple of definitions that that kind of came to me as I thought about. How many people think there are white racists? That there are white racists out there? How many think there are black racists out there? Okay. Now, this is an interesting thing because this becomes important as we begin to define concepts. Now, I do that. I usually define concepts all the way. But one of the things that I do is I try to help people get a picture of what I mean by racism. So tell me how it is. I'm going to, first category is white racism, then we'll deal with black racism. So white racism. Tell me the ways in which white racism adversely impacts the lives of black people. Just what are the ways that white racism can adversely impact the lives of black people as a group? What are some of those ways? I'm sorry? Power, but how is that defined specifically? Education, okay. I'm sorry? Economically, employment. What else? Housing, what else? Policing. Why are we here today? Healthcare, okay. Now, we could actually kind of grow that list. Now we're going to move over to black racism. Tell me the ways in which black racism adversely impacts the lives of white people as an entire group. Thank you. The reason why you become silent, there's one that always comes up, and that's fear. White people are afraid of black people. They are afraid of us. And it's a very interesting thing because black people know it. We know white people are afraid, but you have to start getting into the psychology. What are you afraid of? Why are you afraid? But it's an interesting dynamic. Now, also you see the difference in what racism is, do you not? Racism implies you have not just prejudice, but the power to do something with that prejudice. Now, I don't like you, not only that, but I'm going to control whether you can get, you know, I may say I hate you. I hate white people. I hate them. It's not going to change you getting that, you know, loan when you go to the bank. I can hate you all the way to the bank. Not going to change. Do you see the difference? That whereas white racism says, not only do I not like you, but I'm going to change the impact of where you can live. I'm going to determine with that racism where your powers are. You following me? And I'm talking about as a group, not an individual, because people said, I remember when my uncle didn't. I'm not talking about your uncle. I'm talking about the whole group. I'm not talking about an incident. That's a difference. But white people are afraid. So let's get into how this fear impacts criminal justice. Because if white people in this room are afraid of black people, guess who else is afraid of black people? Only they have guns. So now let's look at what he said. Simply put, white cops are afraid of black men. We don't talk about it. We pretend it doesn't exist. We claim color blindness. We say white officers treat black men the same way they treat white men, but that's a lie. And here's a big one. In fact, the bigger, the darker the black man, the greater the fear. Any big black men in here? You got a big old bullseye on you, even if you got the suit on. And it's the truth, because statistics bear it out. The African community knows this. Hell, most whites know it. Yet, even though it's essential, if not the defining ingredient in the makeup of police racism, white cops won't admit it to themselves or to others. He goes on to talk about actually learning it in the academy. Norm Stamper, he told on everybody. He had folks indicted. He now lives in a cabin on a mountain somewhere in the San Juan Islands. That's where he lives. Nobody knows where he lives because he knows they're coming after him, and they have. This is a statement from the book also. Race and class discrimination are all too real in every phase of the criminal justice system, from arrest to sentencing. Impoverished black defendants, and this is going to sound familiar to you, are far more likely to wind up on death row than richer middle-class whites, or the 3,000, and of the 3,700 inmates now awaiting execution nationwide, 43% are African American. Black defendants are not accorded the same due process rights as whites. Their cases are not given the same scrutiny and consideration afforded to white defendants. Not now, not ever, not in this country. This is what the man said. It was dismal. But he doesn't believe it's possible in the current system. So what we have to realize is we need to be realistic about that. So what I have to do is teach my sons how to navigate this, do I not? Doesn't matter what I think and know.
To us, did you hear this officer say it is not possible in the current system? And as she goes through the definition of racism, and as it goes through their lack of empathy and cognitive dissonance and so forth, we have to think in our minds too is, based on our science, based on what is necessary for us, they're not going to provide us with the healing outlines of it. They're not going to do that. So they're just going to keep us, and read it one more time. I just want to make sure we keep this in mind. Moreover, epigenetics in psychology provides a framework for understanding how the expression of genes is influenced by the experience and the environment to produce individual differences in behavior, cognition, personality, and mental health. In this module, we survey recent developments revealing epigenetic aspects of mental health and review some of the challenges of epigenetic approach in psychology to help explain how nurture shapes nature. So in this, one of the biggest things with the epigenetics was nurturing an environment, a nurturing aspect. We live in a fight or flight environment. We live where people feel it is hopeless. We live where people say they just give in, whatever. I'm going to have my piece of the pie the best way I can. We can't change this. So the spirit mind, the mentalism, I saw an angel fall from heaven to earth. So children You, me, we're born in our angelical state, but the environment has shaped our mothers, our fathers, and these on and off switches are handed in hereditary aspects. They're handed off in environmental aspects. They're handed off in mindsets. The science is greater than a lot of times we have yet to come to. Let's go right here. This is Surah 27. This is Solomon sending for the throne of Sheba. Last time we spoke about the queen mothers, the Cushite woman, the throne of God being the lap of the mother. And the mother symbolizing the Sheba, the seven. But the seven is us, the physical nature, our feminine nature, our physical nature. And in this surah, it is what we've been reading or been going over. And one of the aspects of the spiritual mind falling to earth is the inability to see its divine nature, its oneness with God. So its expression becomes something else. Let's see what the Quran says. And when he says he, is talking about Solomon. And he took attendance of the birds and said, why do I not see the Hopi? Why do I not see the Hopi? Or is he among the absent? I will surely punish him with a severe punishment or slaughter him unless he brings me clear authorization. But the Hopi stayed not long and said, I have encompassed in knowledge that which you have not encompassed, and I have come to you from Sheba with certain news. Indeed, I found there a woman ruling them, and she has been given of all things, and she has a great throne. I found her and her people prostrating to the sun instead of Allah, and Satan has made their deeds pleasing to them and averted them from his way, so they are not guided. And so they do not prostrate to Allah, who brings forth what is hidden within the heavens and earth, and knows what you conceal and what you declare. Allah, there is no deity except him, Lord of the great throne. Lord of the great throne. Solomon said, we will see whether you were truthful or were of liars. Take this letter of mine, deliver it to them, then leave them and see what answer they will return. She said, O eminent ones, indeed to me has been delivered a noble letter. Indeed, it is from Solomon, and indeed it reads, in the name of Allah, the entirely merciful and especially merciful, but not haughty with me, but come to me in submission as a Muslim. She said, O eminent ones, advise me in my affair. I would not decide a matter until you witness for me. Now, I'm going to go a little further in it, but I want to stop right there because it says that they are prostrating to the sun instead of to Allah. Now, when we talk about the science of ourselves, we talk about the oneness. with we talk about the oneness with the divine creator, the creator of the heavens and the earth. But our people today, they prostrate in religion. In religion. See, they worship the sun. So when you say, okay, our people are waiting on Jesus rather than becoming the light of Jesus or the light of the light. And so we look at that throne of guidance. And so the Sheba, the seven, must come to the solar man, the sun man, Solomon. So this science is the story of Solomon and Sheba. It is the story of Solomon and Sheba. It is the story of returning to your light, to the light of yourself. The Lilith, the first love. They corrupted our mind to where it was impossible for us to see that the measurements of a man is the measurements of an angel. When we talk about that stage and time and period where the eras and the things shifted, we always go to that 18th dynasty in the Hyksos. And we've shown multiple times that the Ethiopians' king's list has declared Moses, shown that Moses was recognized as the Dejahuti. And Dejahuti, the Dejahuti title at that time went to Akhmoses. Akhmoses is the founder of the 18th dynasty. Akhmoses, those who followed Akhmoses became known as the Akhmosians or Hasmoneans or Maccabees. These were the ones who were keepers of the doorway. That's why they call them Qumran, the Qumran, keepers of the way, keepers of the door. The door is the two pillars, the kingly pillar, the priestly pillar. When you study the Qumran and you study the Maccabees, the Hasmoneans, and you learn that these Hasmoneans were fighting, protecting Jerusalem all the way to the land of Sumer. These Hasmoneans were in what they called the Great Jewish Wars, where there were multiple ones. That's what they like to title them. But as you always hear me say, you have to go read the Ethiopian Maccabees. That tells you that the Ethiopian Maccabees were fighting Israel. Well, they give a terminology of like Israel. So when we look at the transcending of time and the titleage under the 18th dynasty going to the Hasmoneans, those who were also in that fight who were associated as Hasmoneans were called Nazarenes, Essenes, but they were all Qumran, keepers of the door. So under the Dead Sea Scrolls, they found texts that go to the Hasmoneans. They found texts that go to the Qumran sects called the Essenes and the Nazarenes. Now, what do all of those texts have in common? What do they all share?
Yes, I would say a time frame.
Okay. The Dead Sea Scrolls, anciently mostly Hebrew, they say mostly Hebrew, but you'll always hear me tell you that there is no Hebrew language. It's Canaanite, Cushite language. And the way it's being relayed to us in the dialects of their terminology and so forth is to elude it away from being an African rooted language. So the manuscripts for the Dead Sea Scrolls, and let me see how far, excuse me. The term, the Dead Sea Scrolls, comes from various sites and dates from the 3rd century to the 2nd century. The term refers more specifically to the manuscripts found in the 11 caves. Excuse me. Something blew in here. In 11 caves near the ruins of the Qumran, which most scholars call or think was the home of the community. Let's see if they explain the community first. A great number of variety of manuscripts were discovered at the Qumran. The best preserved document at the sites are those found in the cave, including the Isaiah Scroll, the Rule of Community, also called Manual of Discipline, the War of the Sons of Light against the Sons of Darkness, or the War Scroll, the Scrolls of Thanksgiving and the Hymns. Cave 2 contained 2 fragments, but the cave yields a copper scroll, a list of temple treasures, and their hiding places. Cave 4 sheltered the main deposit of what's believed to have been an Essene library. An Essene library. Now, all of them were supposed to be part. Let me see. Let's do the Essenes. Can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, all right. The Essenes were a mystic Jewish sect. That's how they give them title. During the Second Temple period that flourished from the 2nd century BC to the 1st century, the historical leader, teacher of righteousness, which Melchizedek. Qumran, aesthetic community, daily rituals, baptism, mysticisms. The Essenes movement likely originated as a distinct group amongst the Jewish during Jonathan of Ephesus' time, driven by disputes over Jewish law and the belief that Jonathan's high priesthood was illegitimate. Most scholars think the Essenes succeeded from the Zadok priests. They attribute their interpretation of the Torah to their earlier leader, the teacher of righteousness, possibly a legitimate high priest now. So, embracing a conservative approach to Jewish law, they observe strict hierarchy favoring priests, the sons of Zadok, over lay people, emphasizing ritual purity and held the dualistic view. According to Jewish writer Josephus and Phileo, the Essenes numbered around 4,000, residing in various settlements throughout Judea. Conversely, Roman writers Pliny and the Elder positioned them somewhere above the Engedi on the west side of the Dead Sea. Pliny relates a few lines that the Essenes possesses no money, had existed for thousands of generations, and that their priestly class contemplatively did not marry. Josephus gave a detailed account of the Essenes, the Jewish wars, with a shorter description of antiquity. Claiming firsthand knowledge, he lists the Essenes as one of the three sects of the Jewish philosophy, along the Pharisees and the Sadducees. He relates the same information concerning piety, celibacy, the absence of personal property and of money, and the belief in communality, and the commitment to strict observance of the Sabbath. He further adds that the Essenes ritually immersed in water every morning and practiced a similar use of mikvah for daily immersion found among some contemporary Hasidims, and ate together after prayer, devoted themselves to charity, benevolence, forbade the expression of anger, studied the books of the elders, preserved secrets, and were very mindful of the names of the angels kept in their sacred writings. Go a little further. All right. Somebody read the customs. I want us to see how their customs were, who these Essenes were. Anyone? Someone read it.
The accounts by Josephus and Philo show that the Essenes led a strictly communal life, often compared to latter Christian monasticism. Many of the Essene groups appear to have been celibate, but Josephus speaks also of another order of Essenes that observed the practice of being engaged for 3 years and then becoming married. According to Josephus, they had customs and observances such as collective ownership, electing a leader to attend to the interests of the group, and obedience to the orders from their leader. Also, they were forbidden from swearing oaths and from sacrificing animals. They controlled their tempers and served as channels of peace. Carrying weapons only for protection against robbers, the Essenes chose not to possess slaves but served each other, and as a result of communal ownership, did not engage in trading. Josephus and Philo provide lengthy accounts of their communal meetings, meals, and religious celebrations. This communal living has led some scholars to view the Essenes as a group practicing social and material egalitarianism.
Hmm. Go ahead. Get that last paragraph.
Despite their prohibition on swearing oaths, after a 3 year probationary period, new members would take an oath that included a commitment to practice piety to God and righteousness toward humanity, maintain a pure lifestyle, abstain from criminal and immoral activities, transmit their rules uncorrupted, and preserve the books of the scenes and the names of the angels. Their theology included belief in the immortality of the soul and that they would receive their souls back after death. Part of their activities included purification by water rituals, which was supported by rainwater catchment and storage. According to the community rule, repentance was a prerequisite to water purification. Ritual purification was a common practice among peoples of Judea during this period and was thus not specific to the Essenes. A ritual bath or mikveh was found near many synagogues of the period continuing to modern times. Purity and cleanliness was considered so important to the Essenes that they would refrain from defecation on the Sabbath.
Okay. Do one more. Hold on. I think I got it open. All right, I want go ahead and read that too. Let me mute myself. These birds yelling loud.
The ancient Christian historian Epiphanes, in his Penorian, speaks in a more detail of the Jewish sects, saying that there are 7 in all: Sadducees, scribes, Pharisees, Hemoro-Baptists, Essenes, Nazarene, and Herodians. Panoram 119. Epiphanius links the Hemoro-Baptists with the scribes and the Pharisees and the Essenes with the Nazarene. From this information, we may deduce that the 2 Essene branches spoke of by Josephus were Essene and Nazarene, the Essenes encouraging celibacy and the Nazarenes encouraging marriage. The Nazarene are the northern branch of the Essene based on Mount Carmel, with a smaller temple in the Essene quarter of Jerusalem. As mentioned earlier, it was to the northern Essene group that the promises were made. He, Messiah, shall be called a Nazarene, Matthew 2:23. Epiphanius goes to say, the Nazarene, they were Jews by nationality, originally from Galatis, Galatis, where the early followers of Yeshua fled after martyrdom of James, the Lord's brother. Machanidas and the Transjordan, they acknowledged Moses and believed that he had received laws, not this law, however, but some other. And so there were Jews who kept all the Jewish observances, but they would not offer sacrifice or eat meat. They considered it unlawful to eat meat or make sacrifices with it. They claimed that these books are fictions and that none of these customs were instituted by the fathers. This was the difference between the Nazarene and the others. After this Nazarene sect, it turns up.
All right. So the Essenes and the Nazarene are one. And they were looking at the Herodians, remember, because the Maccabees were fighting in Judea. And the Hasmoneans, or the Maccabees, were the original Basilius rulers. But their customs were different. So here come these people with this fake Christianity. But they are saying that's not, those books are fake. So in the Essenes and the Hasmoneans book, you never see where they say Isis. They don't say Jesus. They say Melchizedek. They speak on the star. They speak on the time where the sons of light will have to fight the sons of darkness. But they speak on Meliki Tesedek. Melchizedek. And they give a utterance in that on a whole nother level. So what do you think it was meant when the Essenes, the Nazarenes, say that, you know, they're the keepers of secrets, they're the keepers of certain knowledge, they believe in Moses, but the other things these people are dealing with, these don't come from the Father, these are fake books, stories. What did they do? What's going on? Anyone?
I'll go. I feel like because they kept their purity, they weren't corrupted. I feel like that's where that's coming from. So they weren't perverted or corrupted.
Okay. See what?
Could it be they're coming with different traditions, altered practices from like a separation from being with the true Nazarene culture? Like there's a bit of perversion being introduced for maybe powers, for like a power struggle, sake of controlling people or controlling the narrative of a story.
Okay. Good. So they end up fighting with these people too. And they fought with the people trying to put the wrong priest in. But they said a terminology that Rasta on the phone should catch. They were dealing with Zadok. Why was Zadok? Why would they say sons of Zadok and the priesthood should come through those lineages and so forth? Where were they at? Because this is in the Qumran times. And so, we had to think Solomon's times and then Qumran times and the Essenes times and this Maccabees wars. But they're stressing Zadok. Why? Chaplain, you want to fill in why they saying Zadok? Why they talking about Zadok at this time? Who's Zadok? What Zadok was? So much.
Zadok is the priest, and Jesus Christos is supposed to represent that priesthood, not the kingship.
Break it down, see?
Yeah, did you hear me say that, Russ? Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I said, go ahead, break it down some more. Break it down.
Yeah, because Melchiah is of the king. Melchiah is in Melchizedek. There's Melchiah and there's Zedekiah. Zedekiah is of the priesthood. So the people of Qumran, with their teacher of righteousness, came with an alternative priesthood, the original priesthood, and they were against the priesthood of what the people who had taken over the temple of which was the temple of supposedly of Jerusalem. But the temple, I think, possibly, is actually the temple. I say that only on the fact that I've read the books on the copper scroll decoded by Thomas. What's his name? Thomas. Can't think of it. Feather, something Feather. Thomas Feather, I think his name is, the brother who wrote that book, and he actually traced through the copper scroll that the temple they were talking about actually was the temple of Egypt. So what there is the Greco takeover and corruption of the priesthood. So that is the actual argument, because it's the people are the Essenes and people of Qumran are dealing with the ancient knowledge, and these people coming in who the teacher of righteousness was opposing them. He was opposing them because what they were they called them the people of the fair neck, actually. And I think you'll read that in the Dead Sea Scrolls. I think that's the War Scroll. They call them the people of the fair neck, because what had happened, the people of the fair neck had come into, at that time, they had come into the capital, or the religious capital, let's call it that. Generally, well, I'm not saying it was a religious capital, but we call it generally, if that's that region of the earth, they were making it as a religious capital of the world. And so that was the struggle, the fight for it. That's how I see it anyway. That's my interpretation of that piece of knowledge. So the real priesthood is the Melchizedek priesthood, which is the Zedek, which again is the Aaron priesthood. You know, that's what Moses and Aaron. Aaron was the same, came with the same Zedek because he was the priest. Yes, sir. Give thanks.
Anyone else? Anyone else?
Can you repeat the question? I kind of forgot.
Well, when we got to the Essenes and everything, they were stressing sons of Zadok, and Zadok is the rightful stage with the priesthood. And you know, in that what he just read earlier was showing that, you know, they accepted the Moses, and but they believed the books were fake and the other things, and they were challenging that. But we're talking about the Qumran, the Essenes, and so we know we have the time of Solomon, and then we have the time of the Qumran sect. So the question was, what's the emphasis on the Zadok? Did you hear me?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Thank you.
All right, I'll try to make it a bit easier. Hold on. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Somebody just read that. Read that. You can read all the way to the.
Yes, sir. Abraham represents the true vision to which all spiritual sojourneys can relate. It is Abraham and Sarah who are first set apart. It is Abraham who first travels in the new way God has outlined. And it is he who breaks bread and drinks wine in shared communion with Melchizedek, Hebrew Melchizedek, king of righteousness. Real person, covenant, blessing, communion, high priest, order of Melchizedek is highest Nazarene Essene order. With the ascension of David to the throne of Israel, 1000 BC, the Davidic covenant is established, and Zadok, the son of Ahitub, and Amalek, the son of Abiatat, were the priest, and the Sariah, the scribe, and Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada,
was over both the Sherethites and the Pelethites. And David's sons were the chiefs, rulers.
Okay. So we see that this Melchizedek, and it goes to the Nazarene order, and then they speak about Zadok and being with the time of David. And so that's why I asked that key is why they keep saying sons of Zadok, right? That one more thing, hold on. All right. Can you read up here where it says Zadok's genealogy constitutes a problem? And just keep reading down. I'll tell you when to stop.
All right. Zadok's genealogy constitutes a problem which has long puzzled scholars. If Zadok's father, Ahitub, was the brother of Aichabub, 1 Samuel 14, verse 3, this would incorporate Zadok into the family of Eli. This would make Zadok brother to Ahimelech and uncle to Abiathar. 1 Samuel chapter 22, verse 2. The genealogy, however, conflicts with the point of 1 Samuel chapter 2, verses 27 to 36, and 1 Kings chapter 2, verse 26 to 27. We seek to explain how it come about that Zedek's family superseded the family of Eli in the priestly service. Another tradition traced the detail in First Chronicles chapter 5, verse 29, chapter 34, chapter 6, 35 to 38. And then they got English 6, 3 to 8 and 5 to 30, 53. Also, priest Atiab as Zadok's father, but derives both from a line which does not include Eli. In the chronicle, in the chronicler's version, Zadok derived from a line descended from Aaron's son Eliza. First Chronicles chapter 24, verse 3 specifically contrasts his descendant
All right. That's good right there. Hold on. Now, if you go right here, Zadok's association begins with David after David conquered Jerusalem. Now, who was in Jerusalem? Who was also in Jerusalem ruling as a king?
Melchizedek.
Melchizedek. All right. All right. So we We have to understand that before there was the Abraham lineage in this area, there's a Melchizedek lineage. There's a Canaanite lineage. Okay? So in this David story, and this is important because when we talk about the core of religion binding us to a certain construct, you know, we have to see how threads are woven. So in this story, we're looking at Zadok not being a lineage as some try to allude to, like he had a Levite priesthood or he was tied to it, because there's contradictions. So we're speaking about when David conquers the Canaanite Jerusalem area. So when David subjugates the Canaanite population that has not been conquered in the days of Joshua and during the period of Judges, so why Joshua didn't conquer these people? Why Joshua didn't conquer these people? And during the period of Judges, he put them to forced labor. All right. Later on, the writer of Kings declared that the remnant of the Canaanite population was still under forced labor in the days of Solomon. All the people who were left of the Amorites and the Hittites or the Perizzites and the Hivites and the Jebusites who were not of the people of Israel, their descendants who were left after them in the land, whom the people of Israel were unable to destroy utterly. These Solomon made to force levy of slaves so they are to this day. The remnant of the Canaanite population did not become Israelites, worshiping the God of Israel. They kept their religion and maintained the worship of their God. When David conquered Jerusalem from the Jebusites, the population of the city was not eliminated. To the contrary, the Jebusite population constituted the majority of those living in the new capital, the city of David. According to the book of Genesis, Melchizedek, king of Jerusalem, was also priest of El Elyon, God of the heaven and the earth. The meaning of the name Melchizedek is my king, is the God, Zedek. In the book of Hebrew, the name Melchizedek interpreted to mean king of righteousness. King of righteousness. We just read about the king of righteousness with the Nazarenes and the Essenes. Another king of Jerusalem is called Adonai-Zedek. The meaning of the name Adonai-Zedek is my Lord is the God, Zedek. Thus, the names Zedek or Zadok are associated with the Canaanite god Zedek. When David conquered Jerusalem and made it the capital of the united monarchy, he named the city after himself, the city of David, and he became the king of Jerusalem and also assumed the duties of the priest of the cult there. This is the meaning of expression in Psalms 110. You are a priest forever after the order of Melchizedek. So somebody's grabbing authority here, a delegation of authority. Just like the Pope took a delegation of authority under the primacy of Peter. But yet, was he truly the authority? All right. Don't want to hurt nobody's feelings with that one, but I'm just trying to make you see a mind construct that gets lost. David and his descendants offered sacrifice in Jerusalem because they were priests. They were priests not because they were Levites, but because they were priests after the tradition established by Melchizedek. So right here at this transitioning, there's a difference in what we've traditionally been going by. Because you go yell 12 tribes and you talking about Levite and the priesthood and so forth. This is where we solely sprung. But at this time period, Judea, the Essenes, the Nazarenes, that's not the case. Thus, David appointed Abiathar to serve as the priest for the Israelites, and Zadok to be the priest for the Canaanite population who lived in Jerusalem.
Brady, Russ, can I ask a question?
Oh, let me finish the last little bit.
Okay.
Zadok also served in the tabernacle that was at Gibeon, First Chronicles. The Gibeonites were the Canaanites. See how they tell us the story. We don't associate these people as one family. All these different names keep you confused. The Gibeonites were the Canaanite people who deceived Israel in the days, they say, of Joshua. After Abiathar was banished to Anath. Why? Oh, hold on. Abiathar, they say he the Israelite. But he's banished to Anathoth. Zadok became the sole priest of the nation. Eventually, Zadok is classified as a Levite since the Levites were the people concentrated to religious duty. Samuel was an Ephraimite. Ephraimite, pay attention. And also a Levite. Several scholars have rejected the view that Zadok was a Jebusite on the grounds that David would not appoint a pagan priest to the service of Yahweh. However, it is possible that eventually Zadok became a Yahwist. The fact is that in earlier Israel, many people identify Yahweh with Baal. Saul's son was named Eshbaal, man of Baal. And one of David's sons born in Jerusalem was called Beladad, or Baal Nose. In addition, the name of one of the soldiers who served David's army was Belad, or Baal is Yahweh. These are some of the reasons that point to the fact that Zadok was a Jebusite. Jebusite, a Canaanite, a Cushite. So in this Bible stage, under the Melchizedek and so forth, the Zadok and his son Azariah, that story goes to the Kebra Nagaz. But Solomon is a son of Bathsheba. Bathsheba represents the Canaanite lineage. This is why Solomon is given the throne. Then Zadok, who's another Canaanite, is made high priest. So it's not Israel. It's Melchizedek. It's Cushite Canaanites. And so the Ark of the Covenant, by the order of Zadok's son, Azariah, the Ark of the Covenant goes to Ethiopia. That's an African story. Right there in the scripture, because they use the words Gibeonites, Jebusites, Hittites, we can't read and see our story. And then they take the story to possess us and convince us to prostrate to the sun rather than become the oneness. To think that we have to wait for the light and never be able to generate light. To make us be in denial of the science of ourselves. We're in conflict with our nature. And the coils of religion and the falsities that are told in the story that hide the truth of our story, our story, our identity is hidden right there. Rasi, Cypher.
Yes, sir. Give thanks. Yes, Russ. One thing I wanted to ask whether whether this is an opinion that you might have, is that when David, in this story of David, and they make this distinction between the Israelites and the Canaanites. And I wonder, because I've thought about this a lot, like because I was trying to actually find out about the Jebusites, and you really can't find out too much about the Jebusites. Not under that name Jebusite anyway, even though because the Orn and you see Orn and the Jebusite in the threshing fields, and David he was overthrown anyway. But this is the question though: do you think that when David actually became the king of Jerusalem, that he didn't actually overthrow the Jebusite king? He actually just became the Jebusite king.
Yes, he made.
That's the question.
Yes, sir. That's the Bathsheba. Meaning Bathsheba represented the keeper of the throne. You needed a Cushite woman to to give you the right to the throne. All of them repeat the same process and so forth. David did the same thing. Remember, David had other kids. Okay. But once he got the child from Bathsheba, that child was given throne right. The other ones weren't. Okay. Bathsheba, the woman, represented that bloodline. The same thing in the Herod story. Herod marries Princess Miriam, the daughter of the princess of the Hasmoneans. Right? So all of this comes right back to that, because when we get to this stage here, we're saying, okay, we're looking at with David, we're looking at Zadok, we're looking at all that. Zadok goes to Ethiopia. But there's another component right there, because they're declaring the Melchizedek, they're taking a position under the Zadok and so forth, that this is a separate stage of a lineage in a sense. It is a separate stage of a lineage. So what is that meaning? Because we spoke about the Dejahudi, we spoke about the Thoth, we went through the seven, but there's also another connection here. Is that when we went to the story of Moses, we came to the Hasmonean, right? And the Hasmonean took us to Akhmosis, and Akhmosis being of the 18th dynasty. So now, when you get into the story of this Israel, you're getting into 18th dynasty history. You're getting into 18th dynasty history. Now, the Armana letters are key in that aspect as well. The aspects of really understanding that Hasmonean and that 18th dynasty, and that being another lineage right there in the midst, and then understanding the Melchizedek, the Canaanites, and so forth. And when we study this, we went to, we just spoke about it, it went to Eleazar, Eleazar from Aaron. They went to speaking about also. Now in the cipher, you go to the construct of when they get to Aaron and them, you got to think right there, because we went to Moses and we talked about Moses being Moses, right? And when we went to Moses being Moses, it went to the 18th dynasty. But now Moses being Moses was another important factor, but there's a major important factor right there. How does that Moses being Moses and all of that crossover with that 18th dynasty? Hold on, let me see if I can pull this up right here. Yeah.
While you're looking that up, Russ, I think I've mentioned before, like the Moses is 1560 BC, and Moses would, according to the biblical story, be after 1300 BC, going down to 1200. So there's a 360 year or so discrepancy in this biblical story of Moses and the Moses, the Moses of African history.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wonder if I wonder, that's one thing. I wonder how apart from the name Mos being put in it, Mos as being in the word, but then like the Amenhotep, they didn't, there was 4 Amenhoteps. There wasn't only one Amenhotep, there was 4 Amenhotep. So the name with the Moses in the name could be further along, possibly. I'm not saying that it is, but I just, when I listen to these things, I think in timelines, and I just wonder how that timeline marries up to between Moses and Moses.
You're trying to take the fictitious timeline that mixes our metaphysical science and that has been trying to woven a way to take that crossover of a lineage into our story. They had to tamper the date, especially when you get to the King Hezekiah time period. When it gets into there, and that's why the Ezra book and so forth all show that the time periods and the dates are all tampered and turned off onto the wrong points. They intentionally did that. That's why none of it lines up. So when you're decoding and deciphering it, what happens is you're able to take multiple texts, cross-reference, and understand the variable. It's like taking a compass and finding a center point. And then from that center point, you understand the circumference of the story. So it's a measurements, it's a study measurements that you constantly have to keep doing in every context of their stories. I was going to read something from this other book, but in that construct of the Hasmoneans, we do cross over in that Amenhotep period. We've shown before that when you get to the Moses story, they speak about Moses' father-in-law. Moses' father being Amram. And when we get to the Amram story, it gets very important as we go into also that it leads us to Aminadab. Many of you will find the character Aminadab. Aminadab is where we go to the name Amenhotep. For you'll find Aminadab is the father of Nashon, which takes you to the ram, which takes you to Judah. Aminadab, being Amenhotep, is the father of Aram, is of the Ram era, which goes under Nashon, which goes to Judah, goes Boaz, all of that. Then you have Aminadab, who is Amenhotep, is also the father of Elisheba. And from Elisheba, you who Elishaba gets with, produces the Aaron, the Levi, the Levitical line, and that's where you get that Eleazar. But in that construct, then you understand that Amenhotep is the son of Ahmoses, representing the Joshua, representing the Joshua. So when Joshua or Amenhotep goes up to the Beishan of Jerusalem area, he's supposedly supposed to wipe out and knock off all those foreigners who come in with those foreigner ways. All right? But the people of the Canaanites, those who were Jebusites, Joshua didn't do nothing to them. What does that mean? So then here comes David later on, and he's going to conquer these people. But the story lets you know that Joshua didn't do nothing to these people. But when we study the story, how could, if Joshua and Amenhotep the first are moving around in the same time periods in the same area, supposed to be conquering the same area, it should have been cross stories. So when Amenhotep went back up into the Beishan area, these are these Canaanite, these Cushite people. So later on, these are the same people. Later on, in certain time periods with David and stuff, are the same people from the time of Ahmoses, the Hasmoneans. You know, so it's these are all still the same people. The tribal aspects and the names, how they transcend in time. When you go back, study the science of them, you could go back through the names and you will become way more, especially with the Canaanite clue, especially with the Baal things and so forth, because sometimes they have told us, oh, I don't mess with no Baal. Baal is, they sacrifice children to Baal. How many of y'all heard that?
Yeah, I've heard that.
There are more sacrifices written in the scripture to Yahweh than Baal. But why would you say Baal is the one when more sacrifices were designated to Yahweh?
To paint a bad picture of them.
Why wouldn't you be scared of Yahweh if you find out that they sacrificed children, women, and all to Yahweh? But you still today will say that you worship Jehovah. So do you worship a God that allows child sacrifice? Huh? See, to destroy the mindset and us to be able to see ourselves and anything that connected with us was to make it evil. So when we think of something first that traditionally, through these traditions of our European enslavement and Western indoctrination, when they tell us a lot of stuff is evil based on scripture and Bible, we should 10 times investigate it. See, so when I hear a lot of my brothers and sisters who have come into a certain knowledge and they still on that's evil and this is evil, I know they have not come into the truth of themselves yet. They're still following Western indoctrinations based on religious evil constructs. And these are psychological wars to destroy our connection to our place and time, our history, and how our story is oneness. They had to destroy the oneness in the story so that you could not see the connection. But it's hard when you still got to include those Cushite women. Because if you just take them out, 50 years, 100 years from now, if you take them out of the books and then nobody don't know, y'all ain't going to be able to decode everything yourself. You ain't going to be able to track where the bloodline might be at, who it could be, where it could be coming from. So they still couldn't remove everything. But they could disturb a certain amount. So the scripture has a ceiling in it, right? The scripture has a ceiling. And I'm not going to hold you up much longer. I'm going to show you one more video. I'm going to ask questions. I'm going to let Rasifa come back in. And this is going into the mental health and our story. But we got to touch this last little thing. I thought I have it somewhere. It probably should still pop up, though. I got to put Brother Rashid. Okay. All right. I think this might be the point right here, too. Go a little further. Okay, hold on. I think I can find a spot. Y'all see the video?
Nothing as of yet.
Okay, hold on. All right. I figured I'm sitting here, done got into it. I'm looking at it. All right, let me start. All right, here we go. I got to show you too, so the only way to do this is this way.
And 22 of the interacting paths. But they locked us down with that. Because this tree of life that we've been studying is a demi-earth. The name synonymous with the book that we're going to speak about. In this realm, this is the realm where he creates with two potencies. He deals with the potency called Yahuwah and another one called Elohim, or which is also synonymous with Elohi, because the proper term is Elohi. Now, why in Yetzirah do you need both gods? Why in one area It mentions God's name in the first chapter of Genesis how many times? 32 times. Now, why?
32 paths of wisdom.
32 paths of wisdom. Also, what's 2 to the 5th power? See, I took you back to elementary school.
25.
54. 32. 32.
How do we do that again?
2 to the you multi. Now we're gonna talk about that. You multi-dimensional the one number by adding the powers to it. You cube it by putting. You see when they say this is how I remember. E equals MC squared. We know the square is the 2, but the cube is the 3. That's when you cube it. Those are dimensions. So one number exists in one dimension by itself. When it has to exist in 2 dimensions, they put 2. When it has to be triplicitous in its 3 places at one time, it uses 3. And then when you get to 3 powers, that's when you have your square. Now, who can go outside the square to the 4th and the 5th power? They're saying Elohim can because they use his name. Now check what they did. This is the ill shit with the math. Bereshith is always appears in the scripture. The first letter is always bigger than the rest of the word. So it'll be like this. Bereshith. Right? Now how many letters do we got from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here? We got 5 letters, right? What does Beth, what does the Beth represent? 2. 2. This is the 5th power. Right? Which equals 32. And this is why they use Elohim's name a number of 32 times in the first scripture. And each of his names represent one of the Sephiroth and 22 of the interacting paths. But they locked us down with that. Because this tree of life that we've been studying is a demiurgic tree of life. It's the fake one.
It's missing some stuff.
It's missing some stuff. And Reverend Valentine, when he showed how it's supposed to be, Mount Coop is supposed to have parents, that was deep. I was breaking atoms, destroying brain cells, trying to figure out why the tree sometimes don't make some sense. Then I discovered that the numbers in the Sephiroth, the number that I gave you, 620, is really incorrect. Because all of the numbers, except for 7 of the numbers on the tree of life, are approximations. Only 3 are significant. Bina, Hokmah, and Malkuth. Bina and Hokmah are prime numbers, and Malkuth is a perfect number. The rest of the numbers are approximations of terms which get as close as they can to other prime number equivalencies. So they set the standard and the rule in the first 4 Sephiroth right here. Because all of these 4 equal 1, 2, 3, 4. So I said, it gotta mean something to restore it on this end too. So if this equals 80, this equals 496, this equals a number that'll restore it to 1, 2, 3, 4 again. Because if it's 1, 2, 3, 4 up here, it gotta be 1, 2, 3, 4 down here. So now we want to go into that. I'm gonna demonstrate something later with that. But now, let's get back to Yetzirah. Now here's the world of Yetzirah. Now here's the term. Yetzer means to create. So now, in Yetzer, you don't just need Elohim. And
before I go that far here, I gotta do this because I want to close this out because I want us to be able to really get into this study. And so you're gonna have to get a little introduction here. So I gotta say this here. All right. In here, what we call the material world, this physical world, this is called the four worlds also. So the doorway is here. And we show the tree of life. But the doorway represents the four. Remember, the physical world has four. But this is also the Azilith, Yetzirah, Yetzirah, Briah, Azilith, Yetzirah, Asaya, Briah, Azilith, Yetzirah, Briah, Azilith, Yetzirah, Asaya. Okay, Briah, Azilith, Yetzirah, Asaya. So it still represents, this represents still the four worlds. So there's a science that you're getting, because this is the doorway. So the doorway is your mental now. We're talking about a mindset, because your mindset must be the mindset of the creative force that has. So it's been given names and equivalents of science, right? So you're unlocking the ciphers to climb that stairway to assess back to your keystone. So you're going through a process. I'm just giving a small term so you can keep up with what he's about to tell you. So your four worlds is ascensions in here or descensions in this level. And that represents in the material realm to go into the higher realm. So it's all a process. This is still the same thing here. Your seven chakras, the crown, all of it's still the same. So let me just get us back down. So get us out of here. Yeah. Get us there.
In Boriah, you need Elohim. That's it. Right? In Absolute, the word of creation is this Ahia. It's this I am what I am. That's another way of saying it. Right? Or I will be. That's it. Here, you need new terms, because these terms have numeric potencies. They are mathematical equations. Now, when you get to Yetzirah, they add a new dimension to it. Now, check this out. What does Yahweh equal? Yahweh equals 26. Are y'all taking the notes?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, y'all pay attention. We're talking about the middle pillar in the 26. Remember, the middle pillar is 26. Remember, God is 26. G is 7. O is 15, D is 4. Yahweh Vahe is 26. The middle pillar is a 26. We started off that the middle pillar is the path of the Messiah. Now, we're talking about the science of the Messianic mind, the Christ mind. They have to convince you to crucify it, because you are the force field. No one else can do it. So they have to set in a programming. First, they have to de-educate you on the science of yourself, get you to operate in opposition, believe in belief systems that condemn yourself or condemn your history, condemn our story, in the prospects of we're the evil ones or this is evil. And so they dilute you where it messes with your epigenetics, because these are light encodaments that are inside of you. So you're moving light encodaments. You're working the dimensions of your existence. You're building your own box, or you're building your own liberation. So this is real science. We go deeper into this, but it is understanding the equivalence of the history and the science as one, and understanding that this mental health is always a spiritual health, but identity, our story, is so important in getting to the root of how we lost the science and the truth of ourselves. So last little errors, please bear with me.
Why does Yahweh equal 26?
Cifro in the central pillar.
Because what?
Cithro, and the central pillar start at 1 going down, giving you the numerical approach.
Beautiful. 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 The brother said he gave up something that's heavy that a lot of people neglect. The central pillar, this is the central pillar has the number 26 encoded in it. This is the first Sephiroth. They don't count Dov. This is the first Sephiroth. This is the 6th. This is the 9th. This is the 10th. It equals 26. And I told people before in the lecture, I said, what does 26 do that no other number in the world does? Right? Right? Yeah. And people was like, this nigga is crazy. I said, it exists between 25 and 27. And they said, so what? Right? Let me show you why that's significant. Because in Yetzirah, this is the realm where you holographically create your reality. This is where all of the sorcery and the magic goes down in this world. Everything that depends on your four senses coalesces the light and the astral, because Elohim means El means light, it means power or force, and it has in between it a He, and then at the end it has Yam. Yam means is the root for water, or it is also the root or the meaning of the word day or a time period. So the He acts as the connector. The He is a window. When I want to see who's in front of my door, what I do? I look out the window. The He is a portal, a way. So they connect the El and the Yam, and that's two gods in the Sumerian pantheons. El and Yam were gods of Sumer who were always fighting. So they put what's called the veil of the Shekinah, which is the letter He, in between them. Once you remove it, you get numbers. Remove the He sometime, you get numbers, you get the magic. Because the letter He, when you put it at the end of a word, no word in Kabbalistic gematria can be primed with the letter He at the end of it. Because it adds that potency of 5 to it. It offsets stuff. When you remove it, that's why in the last chapter, when they speak about all the work of creation, they speak about the creation of the 6th day. Take the He out of the word 6th day and you get 666. The people who wrote the Bible locked us into a perceptual canopy where they can operate and utilize us as the vehicles to fill in within us the volume. This is why I tell people, somebody said, I got an email from a brother out in Tennessee. He says, why you, he thought I said something negative about the Orishas, right? And I said, no, bro. The Orishas are real ancestors. They was real Africans that knew some real science, that created some real rules, and had some real initiations, and that if you broke the rules, you were subject to the oath of what you said. You bind yourself to this world based off the anchor of your sounds and your words, and how they coalesce with your intent. So every time, like one of them, you can't drink or get high. Now I know dudes in the penitentiary that was born into that, fell victim to street culture, getting high, and every time they get high, they go to jail because they was born into it. So when you take on these gods, when you are Jehovah's Witness, when you are you worship Jehovah, what are you doing? You are externalizing your perception, opening up your box, your square, and allowing the volume of what Jehovah means, or whoever controls Jehovah, i.e. Vatican, right? You allow them space in your cube, and then once they can sit like Voltron, they can sit in the right in the head, and I'll form the head, right? Yahweh is the 4 lions. The one up top is the Yahweh. I've been here. Voltron is Jehovah, also known as Metatron. All those words, Tron. Remember they had a movie called Tron too. It means throne. throne. And only the king can stand on the throne, and the throne, the symbol of the king is the crossbones. The symbol of the king is the crossbones. The cross symbolizes the tau. The tau symbolizes the mark, and the mark is the king sitting on the throne. See? In the Sefer Yetzirah it says out of the 7 double letters, shape them, shape the 6 sides and put the space and put the king back on the throne. The throne is in the center.
I want y'all to hear that again.
Yetzirah said crossbones. The cross symbolizes the tau. The tau symbolizes the mark, and the mark is the king sitting on the throne. See? In the Sefer Yetzirah it says out of the 7 double letters, shape them, shape the 6 sides and put the space and put the king back on the throne.
Out of the 7 double letters, shape them, shape the 6 sides and put the king back on the throne. You have a top, you have a bottom, you have a right, you have a left side, you have a front, you have a back. You have 6 sides to your body. You are the 6 sides. Use the 7 letters and shape them. Shape your physical reality. Place the king back on the throne. Place the highest consciousness back on the throne. What are we doing? We're working to enter into the doorway.
The throne is in the center. The throne is the pineal. Right? So now, here we go.
Which goes back to that, 620 up there.
Absolutely. Because whoever sits on the throne has to wear a crown. Right? Now, check this out. These 6 Sephiroth in the realm of Yetzirah is where all of our thinking goes down. This is where all your thoughts go down. This is where you do all your thinking. This is where your fears and all that exists. Now, there's 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These 6 here. Right? Now, these 6 are the child of a woman who made her children without God's permission. Thus say the Gnostics. So what is that? What is the woman who makes children without God's permission?
Immaculate conception.
Immaculate conception. Let's go to the Hindu with the Immaculate Conception and the premise and bring out Kundalini Shakti. Kundalini Shakti, Kundalini is female and she manifests your intent. Everybody's supposed to be, that's deep, that's why.
That's deep, that's why.
There you go. There you go. Because you are always in a state of Kundalini amplification. You come out, woo, 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 woo. They shooting, you turn on the TV, they sexting, everybody aggressive. That's Kundalini all day long. So whatever images that have been supplanted into your cube of space are now becoming manifest in the form of your destiny. So now here we have in the 6 Sephiroth, these are the children of the mother who shaped them, who took what force of the grand infinite nothingness. You can't even, this is a great, this is something you can't even speak about Ein Sof Or. To even infer on it is to say that you don't know about it. To even say the word, it means I don't know. But he had to make himself manifest, so he creates a world of knowing. But the bridge separating the 3 supernals and the 6 lower Sephiroth is Doth. We're gonna speak about Doth in a minute, right? Because Doth is the place where that's the bridge. That's the bridge of Terabithia, where they talk about in the movie. That's the bridge. Doth is the only reason why we're here. Doth is the pineal. The subservient vessel for deity is the pineal gland. This entire body, your heart and everything is included. What do you think your organs are here to support? What is the most significant and most important organ in your body? The one of inner vision, the pineal. That's the one that has the connection to the circadian rhythm of the planet. That's the one that connects you to the cosmos. That's the organ that means the most. Without it, you don't even exist without a pineal. You exist vestigially in a false reality, within a false box. Now, Dark acts as the lens by which this all becomes manifest out of Binah, out of the womb of mother. Now, what is so significant about Yahweh? Now, let me show you this. This is a form of...
Pay attention.
Geometricizing gematria.
In this thought
Now,
process.
gematria, what is gematria? Gematria is, it means geometer, or like geometry. It's the geometry of sound coalescing with the numbers in the numeric representation of these numbers. Now, this here, have people been writing this down?
Yeah, the song went out. Hope the phone ain't go out. Minister Lies, if you're hearing us, the sound is out. Something went wrong with your mic.
It looks like he's frozen out, Russ. It looks like that's frozen. It looks like.
Yes, sir. He might have dropped off. He might be frozen. Okay. One
Looks
moment.
like.
Yes, sir. All right, coming back on. Might still take a little minute. Yes, sir. Yeah, I think his phone got disconnected or off or something. But yeah, great reasoning. That the last segment with the robot, with the Metatron. Yeah, very deep and symbolic when it comes to the culture. Um, very much so. Even the organization of it being a body and a head. Yes, sir, Mr. Lazarus, you back?
Yes, sir.
All right, yes, sir. Give thanks.
This is how you get from one dimension to the other. 25 is 5 to the second power. 27 is 3 to the third, right? Now look, we see these numbers, right? You see your 2 and the 3? You see them? Now how do you get from, now when I say this, I want y'all to understand, from the numbers 1 all the way to the numbers a billion, trillion, million, there's no numbers where a cube and a square number exists and there's a number in between it. There's no other place. They use 26 for a reason, and that is the reason. It is the means by which to transdimensionally traverse from a two-dimensional plane on into a third-dimensional reality based off holograms. That's what Yahweh is. Yahweh is nothing more than that. This is how you do it. And some 26 exists here. Now check it. Where's my eraser? I need that system. Here we go. 26. Now do the math. Let's do the math. How many? Let's make a square. A cube, rather. Well, here's a square. This is a two-dimensional square. Right? How do we make a two-dimensional square into a cube? We add extra dimensions to it, right? Now let's count what we began with. We began with 1, 2, 3, 4 dots. Then we have 4 lines. Then we have the picture of a square. That means that you can't make a square with this 2 dots in a line. You need 4 dots, 4 lines to make the square. Now check this out. When we add another set right here, right? We have 4 dots. Now we got 8. Now we add 4 more lines. Now we got a dynamic, right? Now we do it again. We add 4 dots. Excuse me, we don't need to add no more dots. We just need to add more lines. So we add 1, 2. Hold up. Reread today. Co-retarded. Here we go. Right? Bam.
Nope. To the top.
Yeah, you better erase all this, Rich. You better do some serious editing. This Jack. It's Mercury retrograde in my house, in Scorpio. Can't help it.
Connect those two right there.
Reread, yes. Okay, now I got a full square. But let's count what I created. Let's count what I created. I created with 8, 1, right? How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? 8. And how many lines? 1, 2, 3, 4, right? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Right? 12. These created what? 6 sides. Right? What it equal? 26. Yahweh is a cube. Yahweh is nothing but a cube that you are in possession of. Now this cube has on each of these dimensions a sound. And those sounds keep the cube in order. And those directions have names or anagrams of the great word of God, or the great 3-lettered name of God, which is not, see, Yahweh is the blind. The last letter, He is the blind. It's really Yahoo. It's Yahoo. And then they create the word HIV out of Yahoo by jumbling it. And then they give it to a nigga to make it into magic. And once you give it to a nigga named Magic, it's magical now. And anybody can get it, because Magic got it. Because it's magic. See? So they give titles, names, terms to your dimensionality, your cube of space. And that's what we're going to talk about. Now, this is the world of Yetzirah. This is the world where the cube exists. And this is the world where you can manipulate the cube. You can debunk the cube. You can change its size. You can put whatever you want in it. But your feet, while doing it, are always planted in the realm of action. That's what Asiya means. Asiya means the realms of action. So this is the realm that's beyond proselytizing and just popping off with the lips. This is the realm where you got to act on what your imperatives are. Okay? So now, let's get into, we're going to go back there, we're going to get into the Hebrew. We're going to get into the actual archetypes of the language. Before we go back to where the dimensions, what sounds emanate from the dimension of that cube. Now, I use these terms as guides to tell the whole story that the whole Hebrew alphabet means. Because Hebrew should either be written in columns like this, in 11 letters each, or they should be written in a circle. Because you need 7 tonalities. This is how Hebrew really should be written, in a circle. Because it's circuitous, it's a cycle. It's nothing linear. Now, the improper fraction, 22/7, equals what? It equals the great number, which is 314. How auspicious that the world of Yetzirah, the term Yetzirah, also equals a number close to 314, which is 315. In Kabbalah, whenever you have one letter short of a letter, they have a principle where it is the aleph that stands on the letter, because the aleph equals 1. So now the world of artificiality is rooted in the use of the circle and how you manipulate the circle. Now, who's ever went into the buildings in Williamsburg and you see those mezuzahs? You know what a mezuzah is? No. It's the thing on the door. And you be like, damn, we ain't Jewish. What the hell is this doing on the apartment door? When my cousins in them used to live on Netflix, they had the mezuzahs on every apartment, outside of the apartment. If you look at them, it has the letter Sheen on it. Some of it says Shaddai. Shaddai means Almighty, and Almighty is this number, 314. Right? Now, the root of the word Shaddai is Shad. Shad means nipple from a breast. And when you look at the nipple, it's a circle, right? It's a circle. Everybody like, this nigga gonna draw a nipple. A circle with the nipple there. Going right back to the symbol of the primordial beginning, the place of spinning. So now, did everybody write this down?
No.
I want everybody to write this down, and I'm gonna give you.
Move this over a little so I can get that.
Okay.
Just get it real quick. Right there.
Now we have the primordial. I'm going to read it out. And this is what the Hebrew alphabet is saying. It's saying that primordial home is the vehicle of entering spirit onto rhythm, the lattice, grid, or the serpent who fertilizes form. So you want to write this down, and when we go further in the class and I start giving up the letters and we start going into Sefer Yetzirah to see the letters, to see what they mean and see how they divide it in 3 different ways, we'll see why this is very important. Primordial home is the vehicle of entering spirit onto rhythm, the lattice grid, or the serpent who fertilizes form, and disciplines the water of life that supports the eye or portal connecting the past, present, descent of the future. So the whole Hebrew alphabet connects from the primordial beginning, the point where everything first comes into existence, and describes the final outcome, which is the cross. So when you look at the letter Aleph, what does Aleph mean? Are people writing down the letters as best they can? Use a simplified form of Hebrew if you can't get jazzy with the calligraphy. Use a simplified form. It's easier, in fact. But it's very important that you write this stuff down. Whoever writes it down, it gets engraved into the mind, into the astral realm, into the fires of thinking. That's why the cuneiform. There was spiritual why they used to create cylinders in Sumer, where they would carve out the negative space in a cylinder and then roll it over wet clay and then dry the clay to create the impression on it. So when you write, you create.
So you get this 26 and it becomes a high science. And it's not just how they've led us to think it is.
They hid from you. This is what they hide from Christians when they say in the beginning was the Word. You think some jackass named John said that. John didn't ever exist. John is a formula. John is a formula because there was no J's back then. On down, he was trained in the inner temples and it leaked out. And that's why we in the shit we in. Now listen, in the 6th tree you see an equivalent of 55. Not only does this number add up to 10, but when the numbers 1 through 10 are added together, they total 55. So thus you can't go farther than that. Next. This is the exponential progression of the Sephirotic tree. What does it look like? It looks like the macrocosmic snowflake. So everything that you could study that has a geometric form to it, from the blood cell, all the way out to the snowflake, all the way out to planets, all the way out to gods, all of them have their root in this symbolism. Next. The 22 Aleph Beta of the Sephiroth. Next. Listen carefully. Look well at these symbols. Do not think they're Jewish. Get away from the Jewish bullshit. They are not Jewish. This is the Aburu. This is the language that the ancient Kemetic priests, when they were being chased out by the Hyksos, they began to quickly say, what do we do with all this knowledge? In their supreme brilliance, they put everything in accordance with coded language that you have to elevate in consciousness to come to the understanding of. So until this devil came to a point where he could understand what the hell was going on, he was not going to unlock the code. But it passed on down. He was trained in the inner temples and it leaked out. And that's why we in the shit we into today. Because we gave it to an immature motherfucker. So now, when you start seeing these, all these are phosgene patterns taken by the brain in higher thought patterns. And they have become a language. They're not only the phosgene imprints of thought patterns, next. They're also the star configurations around your head. Look, this is the astral alphabet. This is the constellations that it's akin to. Here you have the specific constellation that they are connected to. And here you have the Hebrew alphabet.
You are stars, King children.
Notice, brothers and sisters, that the language of light and the Hebrew alphabet, you're looking at flames. If you were to take a candle and light a match and watch a flame dance back and forth, you are watching the language of fire speak to you. Well, all light, all language is based on light. And what's the best evidence or physical evidence of light? Fire. So fire is essentially, these are the Kumedu, or the fire language that our ancestors created in order to encode the millions of years of information that they had. They had to make it in coordination with your own mind, your own brain work patterns. Next. So what are we looking at? We're looking at the Sephiroth as the audio-spectral geometric template of universal existence.
So when you study this, you find out that this language that they claim, they call it Proto-Hebrew here. They go back to the hieroglyphics and all of the block language, but it all but they all from Hebrew to Arabic, they manifested out of those who were the keepers of this language. So when we started talking about the Melchizedek and the Canaanite, and we went to talking about the science, you know, we're talking about star knowledge, star science. We're talking about somebody took you away from the science of your being, you know. Somebody took you away from the science of your being. So when we started with this, with the Afura, the flesh of Ra, and the Hyksos in the 18th dynasty, and he just spoke about the Hyksos and the priesthood that had to put things together before the invasions. Some of them went here, becoming known as the Dogon. Some became known as the Akan. Some became known as the Yoruba. So when we go to talking about you being a star seed and we talk about your doorway, we talk about that black dot, we talk about the hydrogen, we talk about the 7 chakras. And we remind you that you're the house, you're the portal, that all of creation, you're the manifestor, you're the keeper of the science, you're the holder of the 7 bodies. This is our mental health. Remembering ourselves and the science of ourselves. Not being blocked by the religions and the paradigms that they've created to block us in. We have to become greater than what our environment has trained us to be. We have to become these new beings, you know? It's not always about what was in the past. Now it's called on you to operate in the supreme intelligence that is needed. We face the greatest propaganda wars that ever existed. The words of His Majesty told us this. So the science of us restoring our mental health calls on us to remember our super self, our superman, our superwoman, and really come to understand the science of that about ourselves. That is the freeing of the mind. That's the freeing of the soul, the freeing of the being. So I give thanks that you took that journey. You know, we pushed a lot of knowledge in a quick segment. You won't probably get everything at once, but seeds are planted. And as you continue studying and reading, you will keep coming across more information that will help you align to it. So every time you hear it again and we study it more, you will become more and more awakened to what you really heard. Give thanks. Yeah.
Yes, I give thanks. Yes. It's not a great journey. Um, yeah, that part with the Voltron, that was that was some good reasoning back some time ago, where I saw the correlation with the yeah, with the body, but more of community, like um different peoples coming together, and we say what the four different lions. Yeah, yeah. The numbers don't lie. Um, with Melchizedek, even with I was showing before the time before with Melchizedek, and we have the Igbo who speak of Chineke. With Chineke, that's their speaking of how they explain the masculine and feminine aspect of God. Well, Chi is the masculine and Eke is the feminine. So it's interesting with the male key, the male key, which is male key, and you have Chi, which is the masculine, and then Eke is the feminine, and that's the Zedek, that's the feminine, and that's also the priesthood. And if you see how the priest dressed, it's more in a feminine aspect. So yeah, more of the sciences correlating together. Even when you talk about the four L's, and then you talk about Afura, Afu. In the Igbo spirituality, there are 4 days which represent the four elements, and Afa, AFU or AFO, is the day of the earth. And that when you go through the four L's, I am that I am love, I am life, I am light, I am a liberation. Love, fire, life, water, light, afar, afara, like you had on the map, afara, which where the light comes from, that work in the ground, that's the technology to use the minerals. And then you have the Nkwa, which is the air. So yes, I might give thanks to the science. It's wonderful to see the synchronicity, the universal studies coming into play. So wherever you do look, if you do study, if you are a student of wisdom, if you're a student of knowledge, um, especially wisdom, when you apply these wisdoms and you see them working in life, it's the best testament to everyone. So give thanks for the reasoning. Give thanks for everyone coming in tonight for the session and staying in till the end. It's been a wonderful session, and I will hope to see everyone back next week. Bring some more people if you like, definitely. Bring people of people with the love for knowledge, people with the love for wisdom, because here is a place where we can have that same frequency as the Nazarenes. Yes, I give thanks. Chaplain Amnizan, is that available to close us out? If you're talking, your mic is mute. Okay. All right. Chaplain Rasifa. Okay, I'm designing it. Yes, I give thanks. Give thanks.
Before you close out, Russ, may I just say something quick?
Yes, I. Go ahead, Rasifa.
Yeah, it's a very interesting program. And I would really, I mean, we haven't got time now, but I would really like to actually have an input to actually follow on from what you've just done there with the mathematics, etc. Because there's a one thing, I'll just say this quickly. There's a element missing in all of the world, in the whole world. There's an element missing, even in that brother there doing the mathematics, and with the number 26 there's something missing, and it's the magnetic values, which is the value of the sun. All of this here is lunar solar, is lunar solar reckoning using the four squares. To use Trinity reckoning, the power of Kadamawi Haile Selassie, the power of the Trinity, you need to use the number 3, and you need to get into the magnetic field. And the only way to go through the magnetic field is to go through the number 0. And all of that work that the brother is doing there is without the number 0. And I would love to do a presentation to actually show the idea that without the magnetic field, mathematics of the magnetic field, which comes from the Shabaka stone, an ancient stone.
Well,
Goes
just quick. What you just said about the 3, the Trinity, because you have 4 and 3, so that's 7 right there.
Yeah.
So the 4 is the house, and then the 3 is the up is the triangle on top.
He is using the 0. Doth is 0. And the middle pillar calculation is still, they're calculating even the 32 paths, everything runs through the Doth, through the 0. So
but the middle pillar. Anyway, we can't even rest. But the middle pillar has got a different mathematical paradigm to the outer wall, to the doorposts. You know, to the Boaz and Jachim. The central pillar has got a different mathematical foundation.
Yes, sir.
They correlate, but to do it without having that magnetic field, I can explain it, you know, I can explain
yes,
it.
sir. Because because the atom is run by unseen forces. So yeah, man, it gonna be a whole night. So we gonna have to plan that. Yeah, gonna have to plan that one. That's all. Yes.
But I would have liked, really, I mean, like to follow on from this place where you are, if possible, or even if we could recap at another time. But
yes, sir.
That same information, what Ras Lazarus has just presented, it needs, you know, it needs to be followed on from that. Even if we use snippets of it, it needs to be followed on from that too, because it's linear. Everything that happening there is linear.
Yes,
and
sir.
Even though it's linear, but when you run, if I show the idea of the magnetic mathematics, you will understand that it's far, far more detailed than what they're doing there. You know, and I'd love to present it to the idea, because this is the lost knowledge of the sun power. You know, the knowledge of the sun. This is what it is. This Trinity power is the power of the sun, the magnetic field, and it can be measured.
Yes, sir.
But it's a method. It's not just, you know, it's not, and it's not used in anything. Because like the four square is, even though you're going out of the four square up into the triangle, you're still using the same mathematics, but the triangle has got a different mathematical paradigm to the square. That's what I'm saying to the idea.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, give thanks, Rastafari. Hallelujah.
Yes, sir. Give thanks, Rasifa. Give thanks. Yes, sir. Chaplain Design.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Give thanks.
Going forward, give thanks for the presentation, but in the spirit of the PTSS, post-traumatic slave syndrome, and I take a word from the Willie Lynch letter in the chapter in the Willie Lynch cardinal principle for making a Negro. For in 1954, our father, His Imperial Majesty, came to America, and he had a message, and they call it the message for the Negro, which is very significant for the message for the Negro. For on Meet the Press, and many times they ask His Majesty, was he a Negro? Or solidarity with the Negro. His Majesty told him he was not a Negro. And our Minister of us, Lazarus, has talked about it before, how they try to use that statement to separate our king from us, because he told him he was not a Negro. And they try to use the word Negro synonymous with black. But we don't understand it. With the Lynch letter in this chapter said the cardinal principle for making a Negro, for fear that our future generations may not understand the principles of breaking both of the beasts together, the nigger and the horse. We understand that short-range planning economics results in periodic economic chaos. So that to avoid turmoil in that economy, in the economy, it requires us to have both breath and death and long-range comprehensive planning, articulating both skill, sharp perceptions. We lay down the following principles for long-range comprehensive economic planning. Both horse and nigger is no good to the economy in the wild or natural state. Both must be broken and tied together for orderly action. Both the horse and niggers is no good to the economy in the wild or natural state. Both must be broken and tied together for orderly production. For orderly future, special and particular attention must be paid to the female and the youngest offspring. Both must be crossbred to produce a variety and division of labor. Both must be taught to respond to a peculiar new language. Psychological and physical instruction of containment must be created for both. I'll read that again. Attention must be paid to the female and the youngest offspring. Both must be crossbred to produce a variety and division of labor. Both must be taught to respond to a peculiar new language. Psychological and physical instruction of containment must be created for both. We hold the 6 cardinal principles as truth to be self-evident based upon the following: the discourse concerning the economics of breaking and tying the horse and the nigger together, all inclusive of the 6 principles laid down about. Note, neither principle allow, neither principle alone will suffice for good economics. All principles must be employed for orderly good of the nation. Accordingly, both a wild horse and a wild or nature nigger is dangerous, even if captured, for they will have the tendency to seek their customary freedom. Aha, our Father came to reestablish our customary law, our natural law. Remember, customary law. What he say? Accordingly, both a wild horse and a wild or nature nigger is dangerous, even if captured, but they will have the tendency to seek their customary freedom, and in doing so might kill you in your sleep. You cannot rest. They sleep while you are awake, and are awake while you are asleep. They are dangerous near the family house, and it requires too much labor to walk them away from the house. Above all, you can get them to work in this natural state. Hence, both the horse and the nigger must be broken. That is breaking them from one form of mental life to another. Hence, I repeat, both the horse and the nigger must be broken. That is breaking them from one form of mental life to another. Keep the body, take the mind. Keep the body, take the mind. In other words, break the will to resist. Now, the breaking process is the same for both the horse and the nigger, only slightly varying in degrees. But as we said before, there is an art in long-range economic planning. You must keep your eye and thoughts on the female and the offspring of the horse and the nigger. A brief discourse in offspring development will shed light on the key to sound economic principles. Pay little attention to the generation of original breaking, but concentrate on future generations. Therefore, if you break the female mother, she will break the offspring in its early years of development. And when the offspring is old enough to work, she will deliver it up to you. For her normal female protective tendency will have been lost in the original breaking process. For example, take the case of the wild stud horse, a female horse. and an already infant horse and compare the breaking process with two captured nigger males in their natural state. A pregnant nigger woman with her infant offspring take the stud horse, break him for limited containment, completely break the female horse until she becomes very gentle, whereas you or anybody can ride her in her comfort. Breed the mare and the stud until you have the desired offspring. Then you can turn the stud to freedom until you need him again. Train the female horse whereby she will eat out of your hand. I repeat, train the female horse whereby she will eat out of your hand, and she will in turn train the infant horse to eat out of your hand also. When it comes to breaking, the uncivilized nigger use the same process, but vary the degree and step up the pressure so as to do a complete reversal of the mind. Take the meanest and most restless nigger, strip him of his clothes in front of the remaining male niggers, the female and the nigger infant, tar and feather him. Tie each leg to a different horse, facing opposite directions. Set him afire and beat both horses to pull him apart in front of the remaining nigger. The next step is to take a bullwhip and beat the remaining nigger male to the point of death in front of the female and the infant. Don't kill him, but put the fear of God in him, for he can be useful for future breathing. Yes, that's how they made the nickel. So it's our father, conquered line of the tribe of Judah, came to America, and he had a message, so they claim, for the Negro. And this message was to push forward in the quest for freedom and equality, confident in the victory of good over evil, in the eventual triumph of equality and justice in the world. For in the United Nations, the Declaration of Universal Declaration of Human Rights, it says everyone has the right to a nationality. Everyone has the right to change his nationality. So our Father laid the groundwork for I and I to have retained our customary mind through his customary law. And he addressed both houses of the United States Congress on May 28th, 1954, and gave them the full history of Ethiopia from its founding and its role in the world as being the peacekeeper between the East and the West, and as the defender of customary law, morality, and human rights. So I give thanks that our Father told them he was not a Negro, for he knew what they did to his children. So we come from niggers to nigguses and nigguses. For he shall make us priests unto the Almighty, and we shall be crowned kings and queens from niggers to nigguses. Hallelujah. So I close out in this episode of the PTSS, part 2. Nigusa salam, leku lekimu, Malcolm negatu, abakadus katamari, hadith lasti siyam exhibit, you neguste negestitu, yedele meskeli, yi Ethiopia kobeki neguse, you neguse zawede, amlakana halina wasawana, hasana, stata hamasagana. Amlakana Halina, Wasawana, Hasana, Sata Amasagana. Amlakana Alina Wasawana Asana Hasana Sata Amasagana. Amlakana Halina Wasawana Asana Hasana Sata Amasagana. Amlakana Halina Wasawana Asana Hasana Sata Amasagana. The King of Peace be unto you. Blessed rising with the glorious, our Holy Father, the glorious, living man, the might and power and instrument of the Holy Triune, the Lord's anointed King of the tribe, the Emperor's cross of victory, Ethiopia's star king, the Emperor's coronation, our God, our strength, our protector. How beautiful are the feet of him that stand upon the mountains that bring good tidings of peace and freedom, that comes in the most powerful name of our God. Blessed is he who comes to the name of the Lord. Blessed be the true King of Beta, Israel. Glory in the highest. To our God, our strength, our protector. How beautiful are the feet of him that stand upon the mountains of Antato, that bring a good tidings of peace and of freedom, that comes in the most powerful name of our God. Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Blessed be the King of Beta Israel. Glory in the highest. Our God, our strength, our protector. How beautiful are the feet of him that stand upon the mountains of Antato, that bring us good tidings of peace and of freedom, that comes in the most powerful name of our God. Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Glory in the highest to our God, our strength, our protector. How beautiful are the feet of him that stand upon the mountains of Antato, that bring good tidings of peace and freedom, that comes in the most powerful name of our God. Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Glory in the highest to our God, our strength, our protector. How beautiful are the feet of him that stand upon the mountains, that bring good tidings of peace and of freedom, that comes in the most powerful name of our God. Glory in the highest. Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Blessed be the King of Beta Israel, for Beta Israel's King is Israel's God, is Israel's protector, is Israel's strength, is Israel's everything. Besame Ab Kudus, Weld Kudus, Memphis Kudus, Atu Ab Kudus, Kadamawi, Ali, Selassie, Siam, Exhibia, Ye Ethiopia, Quebec, Ngusi, Sila, our Father, who art in Zion, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in Zion. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, and we forgive those who trespass against Zion. Strengthen us in temptation, and deliver us from evil. For thy is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever, world without end. To the true and faithful witness, my living man. Abakidu Kadamawi. Amlakana Ilina Wasawana Sata Masakana Amlakana Ailina Wasawana Chata Masagana Moa Beza Sila. Give thanks. Abakadus Kirabaoyai. Aliyai. Sila. Sila. Sila.
Yes, I. Selah. Give thanks. Give thanks. Yes, I give thanks to everyone once again. And it was a wonderful, wonderful evening. Great reasoning. And looking forward to the link that Russ Sci-Fi is talking about. That we could tie that in really good. Definitely. The trail is quite extensive, but it's a good extensive trail with lots of gems. And there's been a lot of seeds on the way that's been planted, so give thanks. And we're gonna leave out with this one right here, Royal Habits. Yes, I give thanks.
Whoa, royal habits. Whoa, royal habits. Whoa. Oh, royal habits. Manifest your priestly, your kingly, your soldierly. Your royal habits. Your royal habits. Soldierly, defender of preceptual faith of our fathers and our mothers' words. Royal habits. Defend the needy. Royal habits. Royal habits. Keep royal habit. Keep royal habits. Be tactful in your speech. Observe the manner of the woman of the house. Criticize not from ancient 2000, even Tucson in China says so. They are royal habits. Royal habits. Keep your royal habit. If you have it, exhibit royal habits. Remember to till, because until is sorrow, until is starvation in the fields. For so Selassie designed them, he spoke to them until, and then still nobody go garden it. Royal habits, royal habits, oh, royal habits. Tell them get royal habits. To those who are deserving and deserving, reciprocate in tactics. Royal habits, royal habits. Royal habits. Yeah, royal habits. Whoa. Yeah. From you know, it's enough time them bring it. Enough time them try. The first time them drop it, you the bark and howl and dog and rabbit. Royal habits. We no fi keep royal habits. Here, Rastaman say royal habits. Keep royal habits. Remember, the lion and the lamb shall lay down together. Remove blood from his teeth, that he that shall remain shall be for our God. And the lion shall eat straw like the oxen. Blood thirst dissolve. Yeah, royal habits. Yeah, royal habits. Yeah, Rasta man keep royal habits. Rasta woman keep royal habits. Yeah, royal habits. Look there, she garments, she have it. Well, my sister pan she garment, she have it. Oh, royal habits. Upon she attitude, she bound for keep it. Never forget it. Always admonish good habit. Yeah, keep royal habits. Little picnic, keep royal habits. Manners you have it. In the morning you have it. In the evening you have it. Yeah, keep royal habits. Cleanliness is next to Jah. Right next to what? Keep royal habits.
Yes, I. Royal habits. Royal habits. Yes, I. Yes, I. All right.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I give thanks to everyone. Great reasoning once again. And a lot of great gems. Check out in the chat. We got a couple of the links from Minister Lazarus on the 2 YouTube videos. Yes, I great info, great info. All right. Peace, everyone. Peace.